We're starting. Yeah, we're starting right now. So you can help. You can just come back here.
I just tried resetting it, yeah.
Click. We're ready.
Good morning. Welcome to this very special meeting of Board of Supervisors, Calaveras County for May 2nd, 2016. Would you please stand for the pledge? Al, could you lead us, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great. So, I would like to start off this morning, since today is one of those days that is pretty challenging for, I think, the community and the board, but also very exciting. And I'd like to start off with a moment of silence for our late Sheriff, Sheriff Kuntz. We're honoring him today with, hopefully, with his replacement, and I think that it's fitting that we pay him homage. Thank you. Do I have any board announcements?
Mr. Chair, this morning before we opened session, we were handed some documentation regarding an agendized item for tomorrow. I would request the board take notice of that and maybe address that at tomorrow's special meeting and have that individual present.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out what that is exactly.
It's documentation provided by Mr. Todd.
Okay. Okay. Take a poll on. All right, take a poll on the board. How do you feel about that?
On what?
You want him present?
I want him present. Apparently this documentation regards his qualification for the position being interviewed.
If I may, the applications were reviewed for the building official. The qualified candidates that met the minimum qualifications were put forward, and I do not believe that Mr. Barr met those qualifications, and that was why he was not put forward.
I think council needs to talk.
Well, quite honestly, I don't know what you're talking about because I don't have a copy of it, so I haven't been able to review it. So what I would recommend, so we don't delay today, a copy of that be provided to me and to my office. We will review it, and then we will issue an opinion later today. Thank you.
So we can do the same thing tomorrow as we can do today.
Sure.
Okay. All right. Any other announcements from the board?
I do have an announcement. As everyone knows, the board had directed my office to bring back an urgency ordinance for consideration at tomorrow's special meeting. The board at the end of the last regular meeting directed me to work with Supervisor Ponte and Chair Edson, as well as department heads and others, to modify the urgency ordinance to address some of the concerns that have been brought up through all of the public sessions. We have had a meeting. My office has been working tirelessly to try and update the urgency ordinance based on those meetings. But because we are here today, I'm not going to be able to finish the urgency ordinance to have it posted in order to meet the 24-hour notice requirements under the Brown Act to consider it tomorrow. So I am asking that the board pick an alternative day this week so that I can finalize the urgency ordinance, have it posted. It has to be 24 hours before the special meeting, and then have it heard on a different day.
Do you have a particular day this week that would work better for you, your office?
For my office, I know that I have obligations on Thursday morning. I know that there were some concerns of other days. Thursday would probably be best, but if we could do it at 1 o'clock, that would be best for my office. Then that would allow us until Wednesday at 1 o'clock to finalize it and have it posted.
How about next Monday morning? No, I can't do it Monday.
Yeah, Thursday, I'm unavailable.
Let's do it Tuesday.
I'm good with next week from tomorrow.
The alternative would be Friday if there's 4 board members available on Friday. I had originally anticipated being in Sacramento regarding implementation of MRSA, but if the board would like,
Could I be back then?
I can cancel that.
Friday would work for me.
I'm available Friday.
In Jackson. Yeah, I have 2 appointments on next Friday.
No, it would be this Friday. This
I
coming.
mean this Friday.
Just so, again, the board knows, my office and planning was intending to be in Sacramento to attend a conference about implementation of MRSA, which goes hand in hand with it's medical marijuana topic and how it's implemented at the state level. But we can cancel that if that's the only day available.
Why don't we start out Tuesday morning then, if Monday's a problem?
Yeah, why don't we just move the other regular board agenda items back?
So if I could just add that Tuesday at our regular meeting is the Government Center Frog Jump. We have outside people who are coming. There's a lot of plans that are in place for that day.
Well, we can still do the frog jump,
Okay, just letting you know.
right?
Yeah.
Since
So,
all of us can be here on next Tuesday, right?
I've already got it scheduled.
so just so I'm clear, the board direction would be to actually have the urgency ordinance. I suspect it will take a significant amount of time. Is it the intention of the board to just have the urgency ordinance on the agenda for next Tuesday and then all of the other items that were intended to be on Tuesday to be heard on a special meeting later in the week? Or were you intending to try and get to all of that on the same day as well?
Council, will your office be prepared on Wednesday?
Wednesday of this week?
This Wednesday of this week.
We could certainly try. Again, it would have to be posted by, so if we did Wednesday at 1 o'clock, we would have until tomorrow at 1 o'clock to finish it. It's ambitious, but we can certainly attempt that.
Do it until the evening.
I like Tuesday. We can work.
Let's do it Tuesday.
A week, the next board meeting Tuesday?
Yeah.
All right.
Let's,
And I don't want to push anything out. We can work our regular agenda, and then if we have to push something out off our regular agenda, we can do that.
I'm okay for Tuesday the 10th. I think it's going to be a very long, with lots of activity going on. So perhaps the board could tentatively schedule the 17th as an overflow meeting, just to make ourselves available if we need to.
Can we put the marijuana thing on first? Finish that up.
I will be out of town on the 17th, fortunately, for 2 days.
Well, we'll figure out, if we have to, we'll figure another date for whatever's left over.
Okay.
Is that all right with everybody?
Agreeable.
That's fine.
Okay, the 10th,
And then we'll start at 9, the marijuana ordinance.
at the public comment, yeah.
Yes.
We'll have the urgency ordinance, the first item on the agenda, if that's
And that is on the 10th.
correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. Any other comments from the board?
So tomorrow's meeting, we still have our special meeting from 9 until noon for our interviews with the building official.
Correct.
Okay.
Is it a special meeting or a closed session?
It's a special meeting, closed session.
All right. So we'll move on to public comment. Public comment is any item of interest to the public that is within subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency of the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the regular agenda. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued at the conclusion of the consent agenda in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of comments to be heard. Okay. So you have 3 minutes this morning for public comments. Public comments, please.
Good morning, Board. Joe Kelly from the Abandoned Area of District 1. Last Planning Commission meeting last week, during a discussion of votes, Mr. Allred, a Planning Commissioner, made numerous comments about being pressured about his vote. Do you folks know anything about that? Were any of you involved in that pressuring of him? Were any other planning commissioners involved in pressuring of him? I think you need to do an investigation of it and come up with an answer. I know I would appreciate it, and I think all the other people of this county would appreciate it. Thank you.
Good morning. Bonnie Newman from the disenfranchised area of District 1. Interestingly, my topic today was also Gary Kuntz, because I didn't see him on the agenda and I wanted to talk about him. The election of a candidate is much more relevant than the selection of one. The people elected Gary Kuntz with all his good, with all his bad, with all his ugly. He was a hothead. He was always outspoken, and he wasn't in the best of health. But we loved him anyway, and he was our choice. But now he's dead. But he's not forgotten, because he left us a legacy. That legacy is called a chain of command. Just like in the military, the head guy gets to choose who he trusts, who he depends on to carry out his orders. Gary Kuntz chose. His legacy has continued. For the past 8 or 9 months, services in the Sheriff's Department have continued seamlessly, flawlessly, brilliantly, with the chain of command. Without him, he made the right choices, and we trust his choice, but not necessarily yours. Why has it taken so long? It seems that this effort may be more an attempt for certain people to grandstand and do some cheap politicking rather than to do right by the electorate. I'm just saying, we elected Gary Kuntz.
Any other public comments?
of fact, I did. Are we making public comment on what's going on today, or we got to wait till the end?
Wait till the end.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Any other public comments? Okay, so actually, Captain Ballard, when we start that proceedings, we'll have a public comment period for what we're doing, and then that's when you'll be able to make your public comments.
I apologize. Thank you.
I know, it's all really confusing. I'm sorry. It says all really confusing and challenging sometimes. Okay. Hearing no more public comments from the public here, so Diane?
On our regular agenda, the first item is from Human Resources. The item is to appoint a sheriff after conducting a public interview of the 5 candidates.
Judy Hawkins, Human Resources and Risk Director. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Today we are going to be interviewing the candidates, which are in the order that you'll be interviewing them: Gary Redman, Patrick Garahan, Larry Blaine Smith, Gary Stevens, and Rick DiBasilio. So I will be bringing them in individually. They have all agreed to be interviewed one at a time. So
How did that order get chosen?
I'm sorry?
How did that order get chosen?
They this morning they reported to Human Resources. We spoke with them regarding being interviewed individually or a panel of 5. They agreed to be interviewed individually. We had numbers 1 through 5 in a bag. I didn't have a hat. And they picked the numbers, and that's how it was chosen, randomly.
All right.
Chair, question. Just to be clear, the information that was published in the agenda items last week has no reference whatsoever in that order.
No, it was randomly chosen from a lunch bag.
Thank you.
No lunch in there?
No lunch.
Good.
Question? Judy, can you explain how the questions we have before us today were selected and the process that HR went through with these questions?
All the questions that you have before you were submitted to the Human Resources Office through the Ask the Sheriff email address or by the supervisors. They were sent to County Council. County Council went through them, made sure some of them were not proper to ask. They did take some of them out. And then we did combine some like questions.
Thank you. So we have 20 questions here, basically.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Hawkins, also, are we allowed to follow-up questions on the 20 questions listed?
Yes, once you ask a candidate a question, if it is not, their answer is not clear, you need them to elaborate on it, you can ask a follow-up question.
On that topic?
Yes, and if County Council feels that the question's not appropriate, they will, Megan will interject.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Are we ready to start? Sorry? Yeah, so you want to explain that? So the question was, if the audience has a question.
No, I mean, I'm talking about, I'll just say it and you can decide. I wanted to know what the timing is. Is every candidate going to have the same amount of time to answer?
Oh, yeah.
I just think that would be nice to know.
So what we got here, just so everybody knows, we have a list of questions, right? Every supervisor has the same list, and there's one for each candidate, and each of these questions are, they're all the same. So you have Gary Redman is first, and he's going to be asked these questions. Pat Garahan is second. They'll be asked the same questions. right? They're the same.
They have to be asked all the same questions. We can't ask one candidate certain questions and another candidate other questions.
What Ms. Ranke's question was is whether each candidate would be given a set amount of time to answer the questions. And it is up to the board if you want to set a time frame. You can leave it open-ended and just allow the candidate as much time as they would like to completely answer the question. That is in the board's discretion.
Right. So that.
It just needs to be consistent
So
through all of it.
For me, I'll pull the board for that. But for me, this is like the most important, highest ranking position in the county, and I believe that they should have every opportunity to answer their questions fully. I'm not going to limit them on time. Yeah. And what do you guys think?
I agree with you.
Yes.
I would agree.
Okay.
I agree.
I have a question. What if your 20 questions do not address my concern? Because I have a question that's huge for the county. And what if I go hear that? Do I get an opportunity to ask that?
So we've been advertising for how long?
It was advertised for 2 weeks.
2 weeks to submit your questions so they can be asked. The reason they do that is because since it's hey, you go ahead and explain it, Council.
I'm sorry.
I thought it was a public forum where we could come in and ask questions like that.
They're public interviews. It's not they're public interviews. It's not a public forum where the public can ask the questions. That's why we opened.
Well, I have a question, if I may, I can. But I know it doesn't fit in what you're doing. But I look at cattle and I'm gone 7 days a week, all day long. And so I wasn't aware until 2 days ago what's going on. But I'm very concerned.
You can submit the question to Ms. Hawkins. We can look at it, but we would have to make a determination on it to include it in the 20 questions.
Okay.
But then again, then it would open up to if there's anybody else who would have questions. So it is a slippery slope. The time was allowed. Unfortunately,
You want to
we've
explain
received.
why we have to do it this way?
The reason that we had an open session for the public to submit their questions is so that the public could be heard. That would allow staff to then compile the questions, make sure that the questions aren't inconsistent or well, not only illegal to ask, but where we're asking the same question just in a different way. And so that's why we had the open session and then it was closed. So, I mean, it is in the board's discretion to increase it, but I don't ultimately recommend that because the time was given. We've already vetted it. We're here for these, with these questions. And it would just delay the process to get into the interviews if we have to then vet any additional questions that are being posed today rather than during the actual open period.
So what do you guys think about that? It's up to us.
I mean, I just feel we've had a lot of opportunity for folks to submit their questions. I think there are a good 20 questions here that are very well-rounded. I think if we open up to question after question, it's going to be a very, very long time for all concerned. And I'm hopeful that these 20 questions, I think they're very well-rounded. And I think once folks see the 20 questions and hear them, they'll feel comfortable in that process.
I'd like to respond. I'm an ex-sheriff, retired. I'm a retired probation officer from this county.
Excuse me, Chair. Sir, could we have you speak to the microphone?
Sure. Go up to the mic.
Well, your questions may be, well-rounded in your opinion. I see a lot that goes on, and I've had many deputies, many people approach me with concerns. And that's why I came. I'm out of law enforcement. Like I spent 10 years here in this county working narcotics for you. And there's issues in narcotics that
are crazy going on and being allowed. And that's something to me, where the sheriff-elect, they need to give an opinion on how they're going to help you come within, guidelines, because it's a ugly balance between federal law and state law, and then Calaveras County guidelines. And, I see a lot. I've seen 4 houses go up in my backyard. And I used to get up and read the Bible every morning, and now I have to do it inside. Once that bud is being processed, and people are moving out of here like crazy. And there has to be, to me, in my opinion, when I was a sheriff, I really wanted to be able to help my supervisors, my board of supervisors, so we were not only meeting the needs of the people, but staying within legal boundaries with federal and state law. And that's why I had a question that you guys need to think.
Have you read the questions that are here that we have?
Sir?
Have you read the questions?
That you have? No, I haven't. I haven't, no, sir. Like I said, I run cows all day long and morning to night, and I just haven't had it. People have approached me and they said, you go on there, and I said, I can't. Okay, I know, Megan, that we need to speed it up, and I'm a detriment. So I just wanted to give you my piece.
You're not a detriment, but I can tell you that, it's probably addressed in here somewhere.
Okay, good. That's all I wanted to know was my question addressed, and I just wanted to let you know how my figures.
Question. Are these questions that have been provided to the board, have they been provided to the public? No, they haven't.
This is public comment. No, this is not public comment.
Now, okay, I understand it's not public comment.
No, I was going to ask.
So, I would like, is there a way that we can get these questions to the public?
Ms. Hawkins has a copy. You can read them. Ms. Hawkins has a copy of them. The intention is, exactly.
Over and over.
Yeah, you'll hear them at least 5 times if you stay here.
Alice Gallup Taxpayer Association. It might be a good idea to disclose the questions in advance, just in case there were some questions that might have been missed that's important to the public. I know we have a question regarding knowledge of the Constitution of the candidates. To us, that's very important. But it might be one of the 20 questions that you have. We don't know. So,
thank you.
I respectfully, I hear what the public is saying, but I also want to remind the board that the reason that the county opened up the public comment period to submit the questions was exactly for this, to allow the public to submit their questions, to allow county staff ample time to compile it, to vet them, and to make sure that it is a sound list of questions. To now then open it up to multiple questions that the public is just now bringing forward today would delay the process. If you're intending to do that, I would recommend we halt the interviews, because we would need to compile any of those questions, vet them, and then bring it back, because all of the interviewers need to be asked the exact same questions. So although I hear what the public is saying, my recommendation to the board is to move forward with the questions that have already been submitted, have already been vetted, and are prepared for today.
Yes. So we've already had our public comment period. We're going to start the proceedings. So could we sit down and do that, please?
May I just ask one?
Could we sit down and do that, please?
I just have one quick one.
I'm sorry. We're going to start the proceedings.
You don't even have a list to give a public comment on this issue. And the last public comment was on issues.
Excuse me, Mr. Kelly, just sit down, please, so that we can get started.
Violating the Brown Act.
Mr. Kelly, the public comment on this item will be held as soon as the interviews are done. The public will have an opportunity to comment on this item once the interviews are completed and before the board deliberates on the item.
Well, I certainly appreciate the way the county keeps the people in the dark as to who is being possible appointed to this. I knew of 3 that came to the very first meeting.
Excuse me, Mr. Kelly,
And 2 have never been
you
done.
can make your comments at the end like everybody else.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Good.
I see the corruption, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Kelly. But so I might add, during these interviews, questions, let's try to be respectful to the candidate. Let them have their time, and the clapping and all that stuff, and it just takes up more time. And so, if we could please consider that as we move forward. Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, Mr. Redmond. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Good. Welcome, and thanks for applying for our sheriff's position. I commend you for doing that. This is quite a time in Calaveras County, and thank you for doing it.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so I guess the way I'd like to start is give you an opportunity to just introduce yourself to the public, and then after we do that, then we'll start asking questions. Okay?
Okay. My name is Gary Redmond, and I have been a resident of Calaveras County for a little over 18 years. My law enforcement career is a little over 20 years in civilian law enforcement. I was in the Air Force for 4 as a SP. That's kind of where I began my law enforcement career, and did 4 years there, and got out of the Air Force and ended up with LAPD for 2 years, and where I went through the academy. And originally where I'm from is Los Angeles. The wife and I decided to move up to Calaveras County. She was originally from Tuolumne. That's kind of what brought me up this way, and we have made Calaveras home for, like I said, the last 18 years. In that time, I started with the Amador County Sheriff's Office, and I've been with them ever since.
Okay. Who would like to go first?
I'll go first. Go first. So we have a list of 20 questions that have been vetted through, the public has been able to submit these questions. The board has submitted questions vetted through county council and HR. So I'm not asking all 20, but I'll start with number 1. Can you please tell us, the interview panel, about all of your management and executive level experience and how this experience has prepared you to serve in the role of one of California's 58 sheriffs?
So like I said, I've got just a little over 20 years law enforcement experience. The last 15 plus have been at least in a supervisor role. The last probably five and a half years or so, I've been in an executive role at Amador Sheriff. I was a patrol lieutenant after becoming a sergeant for several years, and then I became a captain. I've been a captain for a little over about 3.5 years. So with those duties, I've obviously been in the executive role of the sheriff's office. I've run 2 divisions in the sheriff's office, and basically, like any sheriff's office, they're split up in two divisions. You have the custody side and the operations side or patrol side. So I've been fortunate enough to run the Amador County Jail, which includes civil. It also includes the bailiff, so I'm dealing with the courts. And I've been over in the operations side for a little over a year now, where I'm doing patrol, dispatch, a lot of the special teams, investigations, and whatnot. So with that, I've been fortunate enough to experience almost every position at our sheriff's office, from loading deputy to patrolman, which has been a huge impact in my career, and also supervised a lot of the ancillary duties of a sheriff's office, a lot of the special teams. I was also on SWAT for almost 17 plus years, and in that capacity for the last 8 years I was the SWAT team leader, and currently I'm the SWAT commander at the sheriff's office.
Thank you.
Captain, can I address you as captain at your rank right now, sir?
Whatever you would like, sir.
Okay. Captain, you've probably been doing a little research on the Calaveras County Sheriff's Department. Given the current staffing levels, how would you change or not change the existing beat structure in the county to ensure safe and proper law enforcement performance for public protection and performance with the resources we have now?
I don't know if I would necessarily go in and just start making changes with the current beat structure. To me, as an administrator, you've got to come in and look at how efficiently are we deploying the resources? Are we efficiently deploying those resources? Where can we best manage some of the resources? What are the problem areas that we're dealing with? Also looking at statistics, time of day, night, day of week, are, to me, an important factor and an important issue that you've got to look at when making those decisions. Like I said, I don't know if I'd necessarily just come in and start changing the beat structure, but more doing a global look at how efficiently is the sheriff's office running. Can we pull people from other positions? Do we have to add people to different positions, such as investigations? Are there areas within the sheriff's office we can pull those people from? So that's one of the first things I would take a look at. Did that answer your question, sir?
That close. Thank you.
Mr. Redmond, what awards or other recognition have you received for your law enforcement work?
I don't know if I've really received any awards since in my law enforcement career. I've been recognized by some outside groups for some of the work I do. One of the most notable that I'm particularly proud of is the NAMI group in Amador County. So as the jail captain, it became quite evident the mental health issues inside the jail and even outside as far as patrol are a huge impact on resources, on time. There's a lot of mental health issues going on where the state has quite frequently, the state has basically, defunded a lot of stuff, taken away a lot of money, and it's put a lot of pressure on law enforcement. So working with a group like that, getting CIT training, which is crisis intervention training, for our entire agency, including jail staff, dispatches, et cetera, I was recognized by that group for those efforts.
All right, thank you. What have you done to familiarize yourself with the need of Calaveras County and the Sheriff's Office ability to fill those needs?
Being with Amador, actually, obviously living here, being with Amador County and working with the Sheriff's Office over the last 18 years, just because we're separated by a river doesn't mean our investigations, our lines don't cross. I've been embedded with Calaveras and the deputies. I know quite a few of the deputies. I've worked on operations with the deputies. I just worked on an operation a couple weeks ago involving some of our deputies, some of their deputies. Those quite frequently cross. I've also trained with them. So I've gotten to know them over the years. I don't really consider myself or look at myself as an outsider of the sheriff's office, because I've been involved with so many of them and so many different investigations and operations and trainings over the years. So with that, I think I've got a fairly decent handle or decent idea of some of the problem issues of what the sheriff's office is facing. And with those in mind, obviously comes a plan of action of how to address some of those issues.
As sheriff, you will be responsible for maintaining partnerships with non-law enforcement agencies or departments throughout the county and state. Please describe what experience you have building relationship with other agencies and what specific tasks or projects you were directly responsible for within the scope of these duties.
So, and that's extremely important. And I really pride myself on the fact that I've got a proven track record of building those relationships, establishing those relationships, the line of communication with the non-law enforcement agency partners. So with that, as a jail commander, I really was able to have good relationships with the public defender's office. And I was able to call on the public defender's office, hey, we've got an inmate, we have this issue, don't think custody is really the best place for this inmate. And because of the relationships and how we were able to work together, we're able to kind of speed the process up. Maybe instead of doing a 1368 on this person, we may want to do a conservatorship. And so we were able to do that. Efficiently, that's less time this person's spending in jail. Not only the public defender's office, probation, all the other groups, the DA's office, and I know those are involved kind of in the law enforcement realm. But I'm also a member of the Child Abuse Council, Domestic Violence Abuse Council. Like I said, part of NAMI. So to me, it's very important in developing the relationships of not only the law enforcement, but the non-law enforcement. HR is another perfect example of being able to call upon HR for certain resources. As a sheriff's office, you don't have all the answers. You don't have all the resources. You've got to be able to cooperate, reach out to the other groups, the community partners, and sort of tap into maybe some of their resources. And I've got a proven track record of doing that. I work very, very well with the other groups.
Do you feel a working, healthy relationship exists with public agencies and departments within the county? And what would you do to improve that relationship or those relationships?
I don't think so. Like I said, from my perspective on what I've seen and what I've dealt with, I don't think there's as good a relationship as there should be or can be or needs to be. So as sheriff, I think one of the priorities is also reaching out, establishing those relationships, making sure that we're all in this together. As county agencies, we're all into one common goal, and that's to serve the people of Calaveras County, whatever capacity we're in as government. And I truly believe in that. Otherwise, I wouldn't have spent 20 years of my life, 4 years in the Air Force of doing that. And I think it's important that we work together in coming to that common goal. And so as sheriff, yeah, that's absolutely one of the top priorities.
Thank you.
Captain, I'm going to ask a question, but I want you to cover the following areas in your answer. Could you explain your program to retain and hire deputies? Should we have additional resources and funding become available? I need to qualify that. You're probably aware of our conditions right now we have with our sheriff's department on being understaffed and being on limited resources. If you had the ability, how would you retain deputies? How would you go across the process of hiring new deputies in recruiting or enhancement of bringing deputy applicants here?
I think Calaveras has done a really good job of trying to recruit from qualified applicants within the county. If you can get the homegrown, the people that live here, they're sort of vested. less likelihood of them leaving to different agencies. With that being said, we do the same thing in Amador. I've been involved in the hiring process of deputies for 15 plus years. And the recruitment and retention it's an issue across the board. Calaveras is not unique to that, and no agency is really immune from those effects. But with that said, I think Calaveras has done a pretty good job of trying to recruit the people from Calaveras, and that's where you want to start. And as far as retention and the continued recruitment, it's not all about the money. It's not all about the pay, benefits of the job. Those are important to a certain extent. I came to Amador County and took a fairly significant pay cut because of the quality of life and where I wanted to live and the things that Amador County had to offer me. And I think there's a lot that the Sheriff's Office can do that doesn't cost money. It's the programs, the other involvement that the deputies can get in, and it's getting them vested not only in the Sheriff's Office, but in the community. It's also the attitude from the sheriff down of how these deputies feel and view themselves. Are they important? Do they feel like they're important? And, you know, to me, that's a very, very important aspect and something that I've tried very hard at Amador. And as a manager for the last several years, I have a really good track record with our DSA, the Deputy Sheriff's Association, because of how I treat them, my expectations. And it doesn't mean that they get to kind of willy-nilly do whatever they want, but it's all about respect. It's about all how they feel treated. And a lot of the programs that we offer them, training, I mean, all these kind of come into a play in an atmosphere that is created from the top down.
Please describe your familiarity with the county budget process and specifically what you know about the Sheriff's Office budget.
I took a look at one of the first things when I applied for this position, I took a look at the Sheriff's Office budget specifically. And to be honest, it's a little cumbersome. It's a little different than what I'm used to. You know, I currently manage over a $3.5 million budget. When I was in the jail, I managed a little bit more than that. So I am familiar with managing budgets and being accountable for that. Looking at the Sheriff's Office budget, it's, from what I could tell, it's not in real great shape. There's a lot of, and a Sheriff's Office, it's not a money maker. Most government isn't. It's not in the business to make money. It is kind of a black hole that it takes money to run a Sheriff's Office. There's certain things you can do to mitigate that. There's certain aspects of bringing in a little bit of income, but it can't be looked at as a money maker. So with that being said, there's a lot of, in my view, there's a lot of grant funding being brought into the Sheriff's Office, which I think is a good thing. Yet grant funding always isn't there. You've got to be real careful with that grant funding and those extra funding sources to make sure the money is there to cover when it's not there, because that's not always going to be around. So that's kind of what I've seen from the Sheriff's Office in reviewing the budget.
All right. Following up on that, and given our budget constraints, how would you stretch our taxpayer dollars and still deter crime?
So kind of goes back to that. One of the first questions is the efficiency. You know, are we efficiently running this Sheriff's Office to our best capabilities? And it's looking at all the different programs we're involved with, all the extra duties, all the funding sources. You know, are we actually getting all the funding sources we can get? There's a lot involved with community corrections right now. There's a lot of funding sources out in the community correction realm that I don't think Calaveras is tapping into. So really, it kind of starts with a look at that. You know, there's certain things, obviously, as a sheriff, and Sheriff's Office, we have to provide services for it. And an extremely important factor is the public safety, is making sure our guys and gals are out on patrol, patrolling the areas and doing what they need to do, but also being given the tools and the capabilities with that. And like I said, it goes back to really kind of strategically looking at all of the data, all of the information. Are we doing it the best possible way we can possibly do it?
I do have a follow-up with that.
Yes, sir.
What kind of corrections funding are you talking about?
Well, out in community corrections, there's a lot of funding for when you're dealing with programs. There's a lot of program funding that is out there that can help augment or supplement the correction side. Trying to get people out of jail and into programs and keep them from the repeat offending. Not only is there funding for that, but it saves you, a jail manager should be really looking at that. It saves you money in the long run. Because if we can get less people in the jail, less bed days, less bedtime, you're not paying for, everything that comes along with having to pay for an inmate is, food, the housing costs, the food costs, the insurance costs, all the medical bills. And that's kind of the funding I'm talking about. And there's quite a bit out there.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, as the sheriff of Calaveras County, what would your top 3 priorities be and why?
My number 1 priority would be to stop the hemorrhaging of deputy sheriffs. And that's really what I see with Calaveras County right now, is the number of people that are leaving left and right. And like I said, it's not always about money. No agency is immune from this. Calaveras really isn't that different from other agencies. Some agencies are better able to manage that than others. And I really believe that starts from the top down. It's the whole attitude. There's a legitimacy in law enforcement that people talk about, the legitimacy of whether this agency is legitimate in the eyes of the community. And extremely important. And there's been studies and all sorts of information done on that. But there's also an internal legitimacy that goes along with that. Do the deputy sheriffs believe in and will they follow the command staff of the sheriff's office? And it starts with respect. It starts with how you treat the people. Like I said, it's not just about the pay and benefits. It's really kind of a whole attitude shift of being able to provide an environment where they feel appreciated and they want to work. When you provide that environment and they're happy coming to work, they're going to go out and provide a much better level of service to the citizen in Calaveras. And it's just, the studies prove that. So that's one of the top priorities. Second is dealing with the budget. Is taking a global look, an overall look at the budget, and all the programs we're involved with, all the funding resources, and are we efficiently doing that? Third, I think, is healing the sheriff's office. And by that, what I mean is, during the last election, there was a huge division within the sheriff's office. I saw it. I think anybody would have seen that. And I believe it still exists today. There's still kind of a divide going on in the sheriff's office. So unifying them, bringing them together, sort of healing them to me, is also an important aspect.
Follow-up question to that.
Yes, sir.
You indicate there's a divide in the sheriff's department. Could you explain that? What type of division and what area?
So with the election, there were kind of 2 camps that popped up. You had the current sheriff, Sheriff Kuntz, and then the sheriff running for election, Pat Garrahan. And that really sort of caused a rift within the sheriff's office. And this is my opinion, sir. This is my perspective from viewing it, from knowing a lot of people within the sheriff's office. And I believe that there's still somewhat of this division of these kind of two camps that popped up that still exist today.
So what do you feel the sheriff's role is within the community and its organizations?
So to me, the role of the sheriff is really the person that's at the command of the ship. He's really steering that ship, and by ship I mean the sheriff's office. The sheriff really needs to set the tone of the sheriff's office, providing those services, providing excellent services, and making sure that we're going where we're supposed to be going. In today's law enforcement, if you're not changing and adapting, you're sort of dying. And I think that's safe to say with any type of organization. So you've got to be able to adapt to that change. You've got to be able to forecast, sort of globally look into the future, and where does the ship want to go? Where do we want to take this? What are the needs? Me as a captain of patrol, I can sit there and look at stats or look at issues within my agency and say, well, I think this is really important, that we need to focus on this. But you go talk to community members, and it may be something completely different. So to me, it's really reaching out to the community, finding out what is important for them. What do they want to see? Where do they want to see the sheriff's office go? And to me, that's a very important factor. And as sheriff, I think you need to be thinking of that and need to be doing that.
Thank you.
Follow up to that.
Yes, sir.
How would you reach out to the community and find out what they're thinking?
You go back to community corrections. There's actually funding for doing surveys for that exact thing. Believe it or not, there actually is funding out there. I think surveys are one way to do it. Being able to have forums, almost town hall style meetings of getting people's input is another way to do it. People need to feel involved with their sheriff's office. You need to be approachable. You need to be accessible. There's nothing secretive about a sheriff's office. There's nothing really secretive about what we do. So you've got to create that environment where they feel comfortable of, hey, this is what we want to see. And it's going to the different groups, communities, and asking for that information. But like I said, also survey can play. Social media is also another avenue that can play an important role in that.
Thank you. Captain, I'll ask the question. Will you follow state laws regarding concealed weapons permits? Or what's your views on that?
My views, my personal opinion, is 100% for the Second Amendment. My personal opinion is anybody who's qualified to carry a gun or possess a gun and wants to carry it should be able to legally carry a firearm. As sheriff, I see no reason why not to continue that. As long as they are legally able to carry a firearm, they should be able to carry a firearm.
Thank you.
Are you in favor of deputies wearing body cameras?
Yes, I am. Like I said, as a sheriff's office, there's nothing secretive about what we do. To my opinion and what I've seen is we currently have video cameras in all of our vehicles at the amateur sheriffs. We also require the deputies to record all of their contacts. So you've got a video camera with video that also records and a personal recorder that's issued to every deputy. So every time they're supposed to be recording their contacts. And what I've seen is it kind of creates the opposite of not only the deputy's behavior, but the citizen's behavior when they know they're being recorded. I think that really no matter what my opinion is on this, it's going to happen. This is something that will happen regardless of how I feel about it, whether I want to do it or not. It's going to happen at some point in time. The state of California will demand all peace officers wear body cameras. So with that, there's funding out there. There are sources of funding. Let's get ahead of this. Let's make it happen. Let's use the money of the state to make it happen.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about Senate Bill 178, the new Electronic Communication Privacy Act, and what its impact will be on the sheriff's office?
In investigations, we deal with this. I'm going to say my lieutenant, my investigators deal with it more than I do. As a captain, I don't get involved too much with the investigative aspect, a little bit. So I'm not real familiar with it, except for the fact that it's very problematic for us in the sense that really cell phones are pretty much off limits. And there's still, we went to DOJ trying to get, the Department of Justice, trying to get a clear line on what are you guys going to download for us, even if we have a search warrant. What language do we need to put in a search warrant to make sure that you as DOJ, and that's who we use to do our forensics, will extract that information. They can't even tell us right now. That's a problem. So it's kind of one of those. It's a little bit up in the air. We're not 100% sure. We're writing them in our search warrants, trying to get that information. Whether we're going to actually get it or not, really can't tell you at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Can you explain the new law under Assembly Bill 71, criminal justice reporting, and what the law is, and what fiscal impacts it will have on the sheriff's office?
I'm not familiar with 71. I probably have heard of it. I don't really know stuff by Assembly bills.
Can you explain what impacts Proposition 47, felony reduction, has had on the community and the sheriff's office?
Impacts for the sheriff's office were, and once again, I was back in the jail when this occurred, were obviously good. We saw a reduction in the number of inmates. Our jail was routinely over capacity. I dealt with a jail that was crumbling, falling apart, much like Calaveras did for years and years. Same issues in Amador. So the impacts fiscally and for the jail were good. The impacts for the community, I think there's been some studies and they're still debating on whether those are good or not. What we have seen is obviously the number of arrests for certain crimes are way down, but mostly the narcotics related arrests. Can I sit here and say that I've seen a rise in burglaries, a rise in thefts associated because of Prop 47? No, I can't. I think it's still too early to tell. There's, like I said, a lot of debate going on even within the state of whether this is negative or good, but in a kind of a fiscal way, it actually reduced our numbers, although we're starting to increase back up. So,
I have a follow-up question. I'm not familiar with Amador's jail situation. Do you have a new jail, or?
No, we do not. So our jail was built in, I want to say 82. It's designed for 76 inmates. Routinely, I was at 100, 105. Outsourcing, I spent a lot of money on sending people to other jails. I had contracts with other jails, including, well, in Calaveras, I tried for over a year to get a contract with Calaveras. Eventually, we were able to negotiate a contract. And for that money, we were fortunate because I used CCP money for that. We weren't spending our CCP money. So we could take that money and use it to pay for bedtime at other jails. And we're still contracting out. We still have a few people in El Dorado, Nevada County, and whatnot. So we're in the works. We've got the SB 863 money, and they're working at doing an addition, which is going to help. It will definitely help.
Thank you.
Follow-up question, Chair.
You mentioned you contracted with Calaveras, attempted. What happened?
We just never got a contract back. We kept asking, hey, we need bed space. And we've always had an agreement with Calaveras that if they need to house somebody in Amador, we would house them, and vice versa. We would kind of do a one-for-one swap. I don't know the particulars of why it took so long.
But it was something that was initiated by Amador County.
Correct.
And was waiting for Calaveras County to respond.
Correct.
Thank you. Yeah, I do have. I'd like to ask a question. Once again, sorry for this question, Captain, but assuming while you're on duty, you witness a clear traffic violation which involves one of your off-duty deputies, would you issue that deputy citation?
Clarify a traffic violation?
I'll read the question verbatim.
Thank you.
Assuming while on duty, you witnessed a clear traffic violation which involved one of your off-duty deputy sheriffs, would you issue that deputy a traffic citation?
The answer is no. I'm not going to issue one of my deputies a traffic citation. There's other avenues for me to discipline that deputy. I can't tell you the last traffic ticket I wrote. It's probably been 5+ years. I mean, it's just not really a function of the sheriff's office. There are other avenues of disciplining a deputy for committing traffic violations.
Thank you, Captain.
The new medical marijuana laws, SB 266, AB 243, and SB 643, encourage local agencies to regulate medical marijuana in order to secure state permits. Will you, as sheriff, comply with all local laws adopted by the Board of Supervisors in regulating medicinal marijuana and potentially legal marijuana in the future?
Yes, I will. I'm not against marijuana, medical marijuana, and I'll say that, medical marijuana. There's a reason for, Prop 215, when that first became law, of providing medicine for patients under a doctor's recommendation. I'm not against the growing of medical marijuana for collectives and dispensaries. What I am against is anything illegal in the profiting, the massive amount of profiting that some of these growers are doing, and not every single one of them. They're not all illegal grows, but there is a prolific issue, not only in Calaveras, in Amador County, and other counties, of these illegal grows growing under 215, but selling the marijuana for massive amounts of money. That I have a problem against. It not only affects the quality of life here, it's illegal to begin with. It affects the quality of life, and I think I'm preaching to the choir because you guys have had board meeting after board meeting of people up here talking about the issues with the cannabis growers. The Board of Supervisors wants to regulate it. That's what I will enforce. I will enforce those regulations.
Thank you.
Do you support neighborhood watch groups and feel that they help to bring concerned citizens together with law enforcement to make our communities safer?
I do. Like I said, I think it's very important that the sheriff's office be embedded in the community. For years, as a sergeant, I ran our COPS program, so I was heavily involved with the COPS program. Neighborhood watch, getting neighborhood watches established within Amador County. So yeah, I mean, obviously, I think it's extremely important. And once again, it goes back to creating that legitimacy within the county, which I think is obviously also important.
And how would you go about, implementing this, given the constraints of the budget?
Neighborhood watches cost us nothing. It's time. It's a deputy's time. I still have a sergeant that is very, very good at it. To me, it's identifying those key people that want to do it and are good at talking at public groups and being involved in the community. And there's always people within the sheriff's office that like doing that stuff. It's getting them involved. Like I said, the information and the expense is really on the neighborhood watch group that wants to establish that. It's not on the sheriff's office. It's really, to me, the sheriff's office role is pushing that information out there and kind of helping them get started.
Thank you.
I have a follow-up question. You mentioned COPS program. What is that? Community-oriented policing program. It's called probably 100 different names throughout different law enforcement agencies. There's just a lot of acronyms, so I wanted to make sure I understood that one. Thank you.
Okay. Question number 20. So what would you communicate to your deputies regarding the Black Lives Matter movement? You know, what would I communicate? My opinion is it's not it's really not a viable group. I don't see an issue up here with the Black Lives Matter, although it potentially could be. You know, I get what they're trying to say and what they want to say. I just don't agree with the way they're going about this. Really, as sheriff, it makes no difference to me whether you're part of Black Lives Matter, if you're part of this group, if you're part of whatever group that I may not personally want to be part of or even agree with. The fact is, you have to take that aside and treat everybody with the same dignity and respect that they deserve until it's deemed otherwise. And that really is dictated upon the individual and shouldn't be dictated upon the individual deputies. Okay. That's it. That's all the questions. You answered them very well. Thank you.
Is there anything you'd like to add that we haven't thought about?
There is. You know, it obviously was not an easy decision for me to make. I've got a very bright career and been very, very fortunate to have done very well at Amador and been exposed to a lot. I've been mentored by our current sheriff and undersheriff, and I was able to go to the FBI National Academy, which is very prestigious, a lot of leadership, been exposed to a lot of issues of running basically the sheriff's office. I'm really the highest you can get without being appointed at our sheriff's office. So it's not an easy decision, but I've lived here 18 years. I've got a vested interest in this community of making sure that the best possible candidate is going to be appointed for sheriff. And I wouldn't be here, wouldn't waste any my time or your time if I didn't believe I was the best possible candidate and had the most experience. Really, to me, it's under a tragic event. The board has the unique and sort of rare opportunity of appointing somebody in this position, because not every sheriff that's elected works out to be a very good sheriff. The qualifications are quite minimal at best. So I would just encourage the board, and I do appreciate you opening this up outside the agency. And there's been a lot of buzz about, well, we need to keep it within, we need to keep it within, and I obviously wholeheartedly disagree on that. My sheriff came from without, and I can tell you Martin Ryan's been one of the best sheriffs I've ever known. Phenomenal. He brings a whole different skill set, a whole different perspective that sometimes needs to be done. It needs to be looked at by different eyes. It's not that other people aren't capable. It's just different perspectives, different environments, and being able to deal with different things. So I appreciate your time, and thank you very much.
We appreciate yours.
Thank you.
Thank you for stepping up like this. You're right, it's a big decision.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir.
So I wanted to mention something. I don't know if we explained this earlier. For these questions, we'd never seen it before this morning either. So when we came in this morning the first time, we got to see them. And you know, it's probably be the better way of doing things, I think.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Garahan.
Good morning.
Welcome, Mr. Garahan. Thank you for applying for the sheriff's position. And we know it's a tough decision to make when you're applying for a position of the highest position in the county, actually. And I certainly appreciate you stepping up. So we're going to ask you a series of 20 questions. But first, I'd like to give you an opportunity to address the board and the audience on, and the public on, let them know something about yourself, whatever you'd like to say.
Hello, I'm Pat Garahan. I'm here seeking appointment to the Office of Sheriff of Calaveras County. My wife and I have lived in the county for 24 years. This is where we chose to raise our children here. I love Calaveras County. I bring 39 years of police experience with me to this interview today. I've worked as a military policeman in the Marine Corps. I worked in a small town in Flagstaff, Arizona. Worked in a large urban city, Oakland, California. I've even worked doing policing in Afghanistan. I want to continue my years of service to others. That's why I'm here today. I'm a dedicated professional. I'm a proven leader. I know how to work together with people to get things done and get them accomplished. I bring no baggage to the office of sheriff here. I don't owe anybody anything except to do the job to the very best of my ability. And nobody owes me anything except to do the same, to do their best job to the best of their ability. If I can do the job, I'll be an asset specifically to the office of sheriff and to the county as a whole. Thank you.
Great. Who would like to start this time?
I'll start. So we have a series of, there's 20 questions, and these questions have come from the community and the board, been vetted through county council and HR to make sure they're appropriate in the legal arena. So question 1 is, please tell us about your management and executive level experience and how this experience has prepared you to serve in the role of one of California's 58 sheriffs.
My management and executive level experience revolves around my duties when I was a lieutenant with the Oakland Police Department and an acting captain. I was a watch commander in that capacity, which meant that I was responsible for the day-to-day functions during my shift, anywhere from several dozen officers, depending upon what the situation was and what events were going on. Sometimes I was in command of well over 100 officers there. I wouldn't call it management experience, but there have been several times where I was, for instance, I was placed in charge of the K-9 unit in Oakland as a police officer. It's the first time they ever did that. That was a sergeant's billet. I was responsible for the entire budget for the unit. We increased it threefold from 6 teams to 18 teams. I have, among other things, I have the management certification from post officers, police officers standard and training, peace officer standard and training. Once I retired from the police department, I was employed as what they called a law enforcement professional through a contract for the Department of Defense, where I was embedded with a Marine Corps Infantry Battalion. I was tasked with many things, but one of them was being the battalion commander. This is a Marine Corps officer who's in charge of about 1,200 Marines and Navy corpsmen preparing to go into combat, as his subject matter expert on all things policing. It wasn't just working with the individual Marines out there, but I had to give him sound advice in, let's just call it a politically touchy environment occasionally.
Thank you.
Mr. Carrigan, could you explain your program that you have in mind for retaining our deputies and hiring new deputies? Given the fact that you're aware of our current situation, manpower or person power in the Sheriff's Department.
One of the things I have on my list here, focus on retention. 55 sworn positions, depending upon who I talk to, between 8 and 13 vacancies there. What's going on here is a training ground mentality, where people come here, they get hired, they get trained up, and then they leave after a short period of time. Okay. We have to examine the pay and benefits. One of the things I've been doing is speaking to people within the Sheriff's Office, command officers, supervisors, deputies, correctional officers, civilian staff, giving their opinion. And from what I hear time and time again from the sworn staff is that pay is an issue. Also, working conditions, specifically lack of leadership there. I can address that leadership issue. That also ties in with the morale. People don't like the pay, they don't like the working conditions, they're dissatisfied with the leadership or lack of leadership as it may be. It has an adverse effect on morale there. I know from a brief conversation with HR that we have no shortage of people applying for jobs here. The problem is retaining them here. So we have to create an environment where we have that quality of life where people want to work and live here in Calaveras County. The idea is I can't do it alone. I can do part of it as far as effective leadership and increasing the morale. I treat people with respect. I genuinely care about the people I work with. When I was a boss, I never referred to it as the people that work for me. They're always people I work with, and that's a good attitude to have. You can't fake caring about people. You have to genuinely care about them, and that goes a long ways. They may not be able to get as much of a pay raise or whatever else, but if they know that they're valued in this organization, they'll, well, we want them to, and we can encourage them to go that little bit extra mile there. But aside from that, I'll have to work with you, the Board of Supervisors, Human Resources, Deputy Sheriff's Association, and look at how we together can resolve some of these issues. I know there's not a whole lot of money out there, but there is some money. I was told by the auditor that there was a $3 million carryover in the general fund last year. I know there's probably a lot of people have their eyes on that, but perhaps that's one thing that we could go back. I know the contract for the DSA goes into 2017, but at some point we're going to reach a critical stage where more people are leaving and we're not filling those positions. And it's not a matter of just going out and grabbing somebody and saying, okay, you're a deputy now. From the beginning to when they're operating efficiently out there by themselves is about 2 years, generally speaking. So there's a time lag with that. So that's even more incentive to keep the people here that we're training. That's the main issue with it, is keep them here, because what I want to avoid is getting to a critical state where we simply do not have enough deputies to do the job, and somebody is going to get hurt out there. It's unsafe for the deputies, and it's unsafe for the public. The other thing is, look around. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. We're not the only agency that's suffering from this issue. See what other agencies have been doing where they've been successful and replicate that here. Thank you.
I have a follow-up question. So you talk about improving morale in a non-monetary sense. Give me an example of something you would do.
Well, know everybody's name. One of the things I plan to do, if I'm appointed, is within 2 to 3 weeks, personally introduce myself and sit down with every single employee within the agency. If they're working the midnight shift, I will come in on the midnight shift and meet with them. That's important for a number of reasons. Number one, people like it when they know your name. Number two, they're going to see that I truly do care about them and that I'm interested in them. I want them to do a good job, and I want them to be happy and productive here in the Sheriff's Office.
Thank you.
Follow-up question. Mr. Garahan, what's better for the department, overtime or additional positions?
I'm sorry, overtime or what?
Overtime or additional positions to fill vacancies in the beats?
Well, in the short term, the fallback is always pay overtime because you're not paying the benefits and everything else. But in the long term, it's to fill those positions. I'll give you an example. I talked to a supervisor here. At the time, this was a couple of weeks ago, one of his deputies had worked in excess of 20 days straight, 12-hour shifts. Okay? Part of the problem is that deputy was described as the good guy that will always answer the phone and answer the call to come in. Okay? But we've got to look at, from a safety standpoint and a liability standpoint for the county, is what if that deputy is in a traffic accident and is injured or killed? What if they're, God forbid, they're in a shooting? Okay? One of the first questions, how many days have you been working? So, short term, we can pay some overtime. Long-term solution is we have to fill positions.
What awards, or other recognition have you received for your law enforcement work?
What recognition?
Yeah, let me read it again. Okay. I'm just going verbatim, Mr. Garahan. What awards or other recognition have you received for your law enforcement work?
Well, over the years, I've received a number of letters of appreciation. When I was a military policeman, I was selected as Military Policeman of the Month at the base I was at. A short time later, I was selected as the Marine of the Month for that entire Marine Corps base. When I was a police officer in Flagstaff, Arizona, I was recognized as Officer of the Month a few years ago. In the Oakland Police Department, again, I've received a number of letters of commendation. I have the Tactical Team Operations Qualification Badge. That's one of the awards we have. I have 7 different specific unit citations, I guess you could call them, or they're not medals, but they are citations. Work in the K-9 unit, those type of things. I was awarded 2 Medals of Merit, specifically for my work in the K-9 unit. I was a dog handler for 14 years. I've also been awarded 2 Medals of Valor for what people the department recognizes as acts of heroism. I think that about sums up the awards recognition.
Thank you.
Okay. What have you done to familiarize yourselves with the need of Calaveras County and the Sheriff's Office ability to fill those needs?
Well, first of all, I talk to people. I talk to, as I mentioned before, some of the command staff within the Sheriff's Office, some of the supervisory staff, the deputies, correctional officers, civilian staff, and members of the public. I like talking about police work and learning. What I learned a long time ago was that the police sometimes think we have the answer for things, law enforcement, and we don't. And what you do is you get that information from people. That's where I found that there what have been pointed out to me is a number of issues. Find my notes here because I specifically have that addressed. And I asked them what they perceive as the problems within the sheriff's office. Staffing, paying benefits, some working conditions. And then I followed up with, well, what is working? Because it's easy to find out what the problem areas are, and we need to do that and identify them. And once we identify them, come up with solutions to them. But you also want to, as a leader, find out what's working well and make sure that that's sustained within the organization.
What was working well as a follow-up?
People like the shifts. Correctional officers like their shifts. I was kind of shocked, actually. 12-hour shift, that was never my favorite. And the deputies in patrol like the shifts. They like to take home cars. Some of them just like living here because they are Calaveras County born and bred. And again, we want to reinforce that and cultivate that. So there are good things here. Nothing is ever all bad.
Thank you.
Well,
As sheriff, you will be responsible for maintaining partnerships with law enforcement agencies and or departments throughout the county and state. Please describe what experience you have building relationship with other agencies and what specific tasks or projects you were directly responsible for within the scope of these duties.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Can I make something clear? You made a little error that was pretty critical. It's non-law enforcement. You said law enforcement agencies.
Yep, that is correct. Glasses help.
could you repeat the question, please?
Sure. As sheriff, you will be responsible for maintaining partnerships with non-law enforcement agencies or departments throughout the county and state. Please describe what experience you have building relationships with other agencies and what specific tasks or projects you were directly responsible for within the scope of these duties.
Well, it started, I would say, for me back when I was a walking officer in Flagstaff. You have a walking beat in the downtown area that had a lot of problems. You start meeting all the store owners, the business owners there, developing those relationships with them so that you become their officer. While I was a supervisor in Oakland and again as a command officer, we dealt with a lot of community groups. Some of them would be described as activists and anti-police, some of them pro-police, with regard to community-oriented policing and problem-oriented policing. And again, going into it with an open mind and realizing that we don't know everything and we don't have all the answers, be willing to listen to people and ask for clarification if you need to. There's no harm in saying, I don't know. The issue is. There's a number of projects we did. I'll just outline one of them that was really small. We went in and we said, okay, you have a drug problem here. I came in with a great big plan. We'll do this, we'll do that, search warrants and everything else. And an elderly lady that lived on the block said, Sergeant Garahan, all we want you to do is tow the junk cars. I said, okay, we can do that. We did it in about 4 hours. And then I realized afterwards the junk cars was where the drug dealers were keeping all the drugs and everything else. So that's just a small project. I've been on many, many, many others there. As far as other non-law enforcement agencies, community service I have here, I'm in the Rotary Club. I'm the community service chair there in that club. We're working on the Peace Pole projects. I'm also the president of the Charities Board. We do the Christmas to Remember. I've been a counselor at the Rotary Youth Leadership Academy. I was the co-chair of the Oktoberfest. That dealt with a lot of businesses, public entities, everything else. Got everybody to work together on the same page there. One of the other projects that I sit on the scholarship committee for the Rotary Club, and what I found in the last couple of years is we have too many qualified applicants and not enough scholarships. So one of the things they did was instituted within the club as a means of, on a weekly basis, gathering more funds, and we were able to fund one additional, just through that project, one additional $500 scholarship there. I'm in the Marine Corps League, and I'm the Calaveras County Coordinator for Marine Corps Toys for Tots. That opened up another whole avenue there of dealing with non-law enforcement people. I'm not on the job right now, but in my capacity as that coordinator, dealing with charity groups, people in need, the Resource Connection, businesses throughout the entire county. Recently was seated as a director on the board of directors for the Resource Connection. So again, that's dealing with a lot of different aspects, the crisis center, the food bank, all of those, the first 5 children's education. They fall under that umbrella there.
So my question is similar, but it's like what I'd like to hear you talk about is, do you feel that a working, healthy relationship exists with public agencies and departments within the county, and what would you do to improve those relationships?
Well, I've already taken the first step. Prior to this interview, I made appointments, and I spoke with Chief Probation Officer Sam Leach, our Auditor Controller Rebecca Callan, our District Attorney Barbara Yook. Those were the 3 primary ones. I didn't want to take up too much of their important time, but I wanted to learn. The first question I asked was, how are the relationship between that organization and the Sheriff's Office? What can we do to improve it? Those things. So I've already taken that step. It's critical, particularly those 3, the big 3, whatever you want to call them, to maintain a professional and smooth working relationship with. Sheriff's Office deputies can arrest people all day long, but if they're not getting prosecuted because for some reason we have a poor relationship with the District Attorney's Office, that needs to be repaired, because now that doesn't exist. That there is a good relationship there, and I intend to carry that on. Same with the Chief Probation Officer. He told me there's a deputy sheriff that's assigned to them as a liaison. Something we'll maintain that goes on there. The budget, I look at it this way. That's something where we again have to work together. I'll be honest. I would like to get as much money as I possibly could at every budget hearing. I'm a pragmatist. I realize that's not going to happen all the time. But having a good working relationship with, for instance, the auditor's office is going to enable me to come in for a budget hearing and give you something that's been well researched, well thought out, and it's not just banging a fist on there saying we need more people because.
So a follow-up, what one thing would you do to help improve that relationship?
Maintain it. Those relationships are going well. I work well with other people. I'm a very confident guy, but I also know I don't know everything. I'm not afraid to ask questions. I'm not afraid to be told I'm wrong. I'm not afraid to correct something that I'm doing incorrectly. So, because I'm a professional, we will maintain those professional, smooth relationships there.
Thank you.
Mr. Durian, we're going to go back to operations here a little bit. Given the current staffing levels, how would you change or not change the existing beach structure in the county to ensure safe and proper response by our existing levels of manpower?
Well, if you don't have enough people, and from what I understand, on a good day there's a sergeant and 3 deputies out there in the field, it doesn't matter how you configure the beats, because it's about having the people to staff the beats. So what we need to do is, rather than how can we play a shell game with that and move them around, because it still doesn't matter. If somebody's in Valley Springs and the other deputy in Arnold needs cover, we still have to travel that distance there, no matter what beat we call it or anything else. So it goes back to the staffing issue. One of the things I've always wanted, I spoke about when I was running for sheriff, and I think it's still a valid thing to consider, is to bolster the reserve program here, to supplement the deputies that we have. Right now, if there's a call where it's going to take 2 deputies, that's 2 cars that go to that. That's 2/3 of the people are on, excluding the supervisor. If, say on Saturday nights, Friday and Saturday nights, special events, those type of things, if we can recruit and maintain a good reserve force, which is cost effective because we don't have to pay them. They're already peace officers, they'll have a reserve peace officer status. Put that person in the car with the deputy. Now we can send 1 car. It's not costing us any more money. You have 2 people there. You also bring a lot of experience with somebody that is a retired officer, for instance. We have a lot of them living out here. Recruit them to become deputies for us, or reserve deputies for us. The other thing, and it's because of my background, I think that we can do as far as the officer safety is increase the canine unit. Because, again, there's calls that somebody can go to. They still may need cover, but it would be safer for them initially when they arrive there if they have a dog in the car. Also, a number of other things, searching for suspects is going to be enhanced. That's, again, cost effective. We don't have to pay retirement for dogs. They eat very little, and they work real cheap, put it that way there. Again, the focus is on the people, not how we juggle those beats around. I know one of the goals is to fill that overlap, or I think they call it the E-beat here or whatever. Well, we need people to do that.
Follow-up question to that. Do you believe crime analysis of current trends should dictate where we put our most valuable assets or our only resources? Example, if we see a burglary problem or something occurring in district actually B1 or AB, would you put the majority of your available forces in there during that time span to address that specific problem, or would you just react to the calls for service?
No, see, this part of the problem is historically law enforcement in general has been reactive. We show up once your business has been broken into. We show up once the bar fight is done. Crime analysis is no longer in its infancy. It's accepted out there. I was looking the other day at some of the adjacent counties here where they have crime mapping, where citizens can go on and see where clusters of crimes are going on. I tried to find out how much it cost. I couldn't. But that's something I would like to have. It enables the public to be more aware. But it makes sense. Just in any business, you put your resources where they are needed and where they will do the most good. Now, that doesn't mean that if we have a burglary problem in Valley Springs and we concentrate on that nothing's going to happen somewhere else and we may have to draw those people out. You have to plan for those contingencies. But if you don't focus on the problems, it's community-oriented policing and problem-oriented policing in a nutshell. You're never going to resolve those problems.
Please describe your familiarity with the county budget process and specifically what you know about the sheriff's office budget.
Well, as I mentioned, I met with Rebecca Callan to get an education on the budget. County budget overall, as you well know, is about $140 million. $43 million of that is from the general fund. Sheriff's office budget is approximately $15 million, with about $9.4 million of that coming from the general fund. The remainder is from other sources, supplemental law enforcement services fund, the 443, the rural counties money that comes in from the state, CalEMA, DEA grant, or I don't know if it's a grant, but the ongoing revenue that comes in from them. Boats and waterways, there are some grants there, the lake contracts, those things. So that's what makes up that difference there. What I did find is that about 89% of the budget goes towards personnel and benefits, And out of that, 44% of each dollar that we're paying in salary, we're paying in PERS there. So those are things that I did not know about the budget specifically. They did refinance that loan when they went into PERS, the 3% at 50. That'll be paid down in 2018, and it'll reduce it from 44% or 44 cents on the dollar to between 33, 34 cents. So you get about a 30% reduction in that, 10 cents overall. As I mentioned before, I learned that there was a $3 million carryover that wasn't spent out of the general fund last year. That's what I was told, Mr. Wright. It may or may not exist, or somebody has already grabbed it. I learned that there's about $3.2 million in the Teeter Fund, and then there's a contingency fund about $1.2 million for the county. So there's money there. Sheriff's Office is the biggest bulk of it. The biggest bulk of their budget is personnel and benefits. Bottom line, we have to be very careful spending other people's money. What we do spend it on, we need to do it judiciously and wisely and get the most bang for our buck so that our deputies have the best training possible, the best equipment possible, so they can provide the best service to the citizens of the county.
Okay. Next question. Along those lines, given our budget constraints, how would you stretch our taxpayer dollars and still deter crime?
And sorry, what was the last portion? And still be what?
Deter crime.
Mentioned the reserves before. It's not that I'm losing focus on filling those positions with regular sworn deputies, but bring those reserves on board. We also have a volunteer program. Now, they're non-sworn, but they pick up a lot of slack that the deputies may normally do. About 20, 25 of those right now. I would love to see 50 or more volunteers brought on. Again, they can do a lot of manning the substations, taking some of the minor reports. I had a lady call me the other day, hey, I found some property, what should I do? Call a deputy? No, take it to the substation, turn it in. Those type of things there. Find out from the DSA what their input is on it also, because again, this can't be a unilateral decision. I may think I have a brilliant idea and it wouldn't work there, but that's the first thing, is the reserves there. And then keep working on that retention, because it's a waste of, I won't say, well, it is a waste of money for the county and the sheriff's office to bring somebody on, train them up, make them marketable, and then they leave somewhere else. So invest in that retention and keeping those people here.
And just to follow up on that, so you've talked about bolstering the reserve, increasing the reserve. How would you go about doing that?
Recruit, recruit, recruit. Part of my job as a sheriff is to be out of the office and out meeting with people. I've met a number of retired police officers that have said, hey, if you were sheriff, I would come on and I would be a reserve officer for you. It's going to take some training for them and everything else, but they're out there. I know they are. There was a gentleman at one function I was at. He was a retired Marine major. He was also a retired FBI profiler. He came up, he gave me his card, and he said, I don't know if we could work it out, but I would be more than glad to come in and help your detectives on something. Yeah, we shouldn't turn our nose up at help from an FBI profiler for nothing. He would come in and volunteer. That's the thing. You have to set the parameters for the program, like they've just come up with the sheriff's intern program, and then started disseminating that information. Take what we have, refine it, and a recruiting program out there. If people don't know about it, they're not going to answer your call.
Thank you.
So, as the sheriff of Calaveras County, what would your top 3 priorities and why? What are your top 3 priorities and why?
Staffing. Specifically, that retention. We have to crack that case there so that we have people here. The other one would be the equipment issue. Some of the vehicles they have, I understand, are in excess of 200,000 miles. We can't have our people driving around in that kind of conditions, that type of vehicles. There's also a problem with the communication system, which I understand. I mean, that's kind of endemic in law enforcement, it seems, but I came across an article about a grant a couple weeks ago. 2 counties up in Oregon got a $2 million grant from Motorola. They were having similar problems, dead spots, radios weren't working, poor gear. $2 million grant, worked with Motorola across the 2 counties up there. Now 46 different agencies using that radio system, and it's successful and it works. That carries over, again, to what I said before about giving the people the best equipment we can and the best training so that they can do the job to the best of their ability. Also, law enforcement is dangerous. We've got to look out for people. To set a deputy out there where they're going to go into a dead zone where they can't communicate with anybody, it's unconscionable. We've got to solve those problems there. Was that 3? Okay, thank you.
What do you feel is the sheriff's role within the community and its organizations?
In the community's organization?
Yeah, within the community and its organizations.
Well, I believe the sheriff is one of the most, if not the most, critical elected office in the county. It's elected, it was created in the Constitution because that's what the people want. Being in law enforcement and as the sheriff, but the deputies that work with you, that's an awesome, and I don't mean that as teenagers say it, I mean it as the word is meant, responsibility when you have the authority to take somebody's freedom away and put them in jail. As sheriff, I would be the face, spokesperson for the sheriff's office. Again, it goes to relationships with the community, being out there, answering people's questions, finding out what issues are, being honest with them. If we can't fix something, or if their son is a career criminal, we can't get him out of prison, those type of things. But you have to build that trust with the community so that people know that you'll be honest with them, they'll treat everybody fairly and equitably, and that they can have confidence when a deputy shows up at their door, they're going to get the best trained person with the best equipment doing the best job possible. My goal for the sheriff's office is to move us forward and make us recognized as one of the premier law enforcement agencies in the state of California. There may be people going, come on. Well, number one, if you don't set that goal, you'll never achieve it. And number two, we may be small, but there's no reason we cannot be outstanding. There are a number of outstanding people working here already, and we can carry on with that. So it's critical that role within community involvement. I've mentioned some of the stuff that I have. I'm involved in a number of boards, everything else that people see you. And we're in a peculiar county here where you are rubbing elbows, for lack of a better term, with people on a daily basis. It's not like LA County or wherever where the sheriff's never seen. So you're going to be out there with the people, and they have to be able to trust you and have to have confidence in your ability.
I have a follow-up question to that. You mentioned the importance of the sheriff and such being out in the community. How do you feel about your staff, your leadership staff in general, and their community involvement?
How do I feel about them?
Yeah, or having, would you encourage, I guess,
right,
staff, et cetera, to be...
One of the primary tenets of leadership, I could go on and on about that, is setting the example. Okay? You don't ask your people that you work with to do something you're not willing to do. I'm already deeply invested in the community out here. I expect the leadership within the sheriff's office to do the same. Now, they don't have to be on 20 different boards and everything else, but we can't be so insular that we're unapproachable. We can't be so aloof that people don't trust us or can't approach us. I would expect them, and again, part of leadership is setting expectations for people. This is what I expect you to do. They're not unreasonable, they're achievable, and then we go from there, depending upon what their likes and dislikes are. Somebody doesn't like play basketball, I'm not going to send them to the counselor for a basketball camp.
Thank you.
Mr. Garahan, would you follow state law in connection with granting or denying concealed weapons permits?
First of all, follow the Constitution. Second Amendment says the right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. I'll definitely follow state law. Okay. I'm a gun owner. I can carry CCW by virtue of my profession. My son-in-law just got his CCW here. I'm a life member in the NRA. I'm a trap shooting coach. I think any law-abiding citizen that wants to enjoy that right should be allowed to. There's been what's been described as a shall issue sentiment here within the county. I see no reason not to carry that on at all.
Thank you.
Are you in favor of deputies wearing body cameras?
Yes, and I'll be honest, I'm one of those old school guys. When they first started coming out with them, I thought, what the heck is this? But what I saw was that the use of body cameras protected that officer or that deputy more often than it caught them doing anything improper. So there's been a number of times where there have been false complaints made for whatever reason. They pull the video and it exonerates the officer. There's no faulty memories. There's no foggy recall. It's all there in living color. So overall, I think it's a good program. It's not a panacea for everything. It doesn't replace good training. It doesn't replace people wanting to have good relations with the community. But on a weighing it, I think it serves to help the individual deputy more often than it would. And the other thing, too, is that if somebody's doing something wrong, you're pretty darn dumb if you're doing it on camera, so it's going to curtail any of that behavior there, or eliminate it is what it should be if they were inclined to do that. If that makes sense.
Thank you. All right.
Can you tell us about Senate Bill 178, the new Electronic Communication Privacy Act, and what its impact will be on the Sheriff's Office?
If we're talking about the same one, it is the getting into the cell phones and those type of things, if I'm talking about the same one. It's just, it won't make the job any more difficult. There's going to be protocol to follow, just like going into a house or whatever else. If you need a warrant for it, you obtain a warrant. Simple as that. You follow the law.
Thank you.
Can you explain the new law under Assembly Bill 71, criminal justice reporting, and what the law is and what fiscal impacts it will have on the Sheriff's Office?
Criminal justice reporting?
Yes. Assembly Bill 71.
I'm not familiar with that.
Okay, can you explain the impacts Prop 47, felony reduction, has had on the community in the Sheriff's Office?
Okay, Prop 47, safe schools and neighborhoods. The idea there was to well, what they did was they reduced many of the nonviolent felonies. They reduced many of the felony drug possession charges to misdemeanors. the goal being, oh, we'll reduce prison overcrowding and jail overcrowding. Well, I feel it was a false argument, because if you're not arresting people, of course you're going to have a reduction. But it doesn't address the root problem of addressing the crime. If a person in the past was arrested and they had heroin on them, for instance, that was a felony offense, they got booked into jail. Now it's a misdemeanor offense if they have, quote, personal use amounts. They're not booked into jail. They're given a citation or whatever. So there's a lot of crime that's attendant with drug abuse and drug addiction. So that means that that person is still out there, still committing those crimes. Specifically here in Calaveras County, we haven't seen such an adverse impact as some of the larger counties, simply because of the population base there. But it's just not good. It was not a good law. I think it's ineffective. It's putting people out there that in the past, because of their criminal behavior, would have been in custody. They're free to commit more crimes. It's just a cyclic hamster wheel that it doesn't resolve. The other thing is that the cost savings were allegedly going to be passed on to municipalities and counties, and from my understanding, that hasn't happened yet either.
Thank you.
I have a follow-up question, Mr. Guerrero. Talking about Prop 47, let's talk about how it applies to law enforcement. Would you agree that it takes just the same amount of effort, if not a little bit more, to effectively investigate, issue a citation for a crime under Prop 47 and prosecuting that crime as it would as taking somebody into custody other than correctional activity? And do you think that's a deterrent to our deputies and law enforcement personnel as far as effectively enforcing those laws as compared to when they could physically arrest? Do you understand the question?
Yes, I do. Well, probable cause is probable cause. So the investigation is the same and everything else. So what you're getting is this cost-benefit analysis. Now, getting to the point where it's a physical arrest or it's a citation, that's the same amount of investigation. You have to establish that probable cause for the arrest.
Agreed.
Where the breakdown occurs then is that, okay, there's transport to jail and booking time and everything else there. But the benefit to that is that offender is off the street. They're not out continuing to commit crimes. We issue the citation, we leave, and they're back doing criminal behavior, whether it's drug use or burglaries or whatever else. So the question is, does that have a detrimental impact on deputies? Yes, okay, because I'm going to spend, or it potentially can.
I understand.
I'm going to spend a whole lot of time doing something, and we're not really resolving the issue. Everything we do, I like to think, is focused on accomplishing a goal, getting something, okay? So if we want to reduce crime, it's called incapacitation. That person is locked up until they go to trial and everything else, and they're either in the penal system or they're released at that point. But to have them turn right back around, 15 minutes later they can be breaking into another business or whatever, simply because they got issued a citation on something that a short time ago was a felony offense. Of course, the potential for having a negative effect is there. The answer to it is good leadership, and you make sure that people understand that we do our jobs right, we do it properly every single time, and we don't take shortcuts because we don't necessarily get the results that we may want, i.e. locking somebody up.
Well, that's what I thought.
Okay. I'm going to volunteer to ask this question. I'm going to read it verbatim. Assuming while on duty you witnessed a clear traffic violation which involved one of your off-duty deputies, would you issue the deputy a citation?
There would be some action taken, okay? And the reason I say that is I'm not sure, personally, that the head of the department needs to be out enforcing traffic laws. Now, it doesn't mean that they get a free pass, they're actually subject to more sanctions because there can be some administrative action for violations that can occur. So say this deputy ran a stop sign. They're off duty, correct? Is that the question? Yeah. Okay. Well, I know who they are. Now, stopping them, I don't know if that would be the thing to do. The key point here is it needs to be addressed, whether they get a traffic citation or they get some kind of a internal affairs complaint or whatever. You have to address it one way or the other. They don't get a free pass. And I think the sanctions within the department would have more effect. And again, it just kind of goes back to, I don't think that the sheriff necessarily needs to be out making traffic stops. We can resolve the problem without that. Let me just add, when I mentioned internal affairs, that's the term there. There just needs to be some corrective action taken there, so it doesn't have to be a full-blown investigation or whatever. Okay.
The new medical marijuana state laws, SB 266, AB 243, and SB 643, encourage local agencies to regulate medicinal marijuana in order to secure state permits. Will you, as sheriff, comply with all local laws adopted by the Board of Supervisors in regulating medicinal marijuana and potentially legal marijuana in the future?
Absolutely. My job as a sheriff is to enforce the laws, state law, and local ordinances. It's up to the board to create that ordinance, craft a reasonable, legally defensible ordinance that people can follow to be in compliance with state law, make it clear when they won't be in compliance. It's just a basic cornerstone of law enforcement. You enforce the law. You enforce it fairly. You enforce it equitably. You protect people when they're obeying the law. And you investigate, arrest, and assist in the prosecution of lawbreakers.
Thank you.
Okay. Do you support neighborhood watch groups and feel they help to bring concerned citizens together with law enforcement to make our communities safer?
Yes, I do. I had interaction with community groups and law enforcement, and neighborhood watch when I was a supervisor and a commander in Oakland. It works. And the beauty that we have out here in Oakland, even in some of the most violent neighborhoods in the state, you still had people that were willing to be involved. That's the beauty of cooperation with law enforcement out here, is we have such fertile ground. Most of our citizens want to help law enforcement. They want to be involved with the sheriff's office. So I look at it as it's our obligation to make sure we're carrying our end of the boat. Make sure that we are out there, we're facilitating meetings, we are listening to people, we're giving them answers to problems, we're working on solutions together. I talked to one sergeant, he said he had been stymied for a number of times trying to get some neighborhood watch going. Okay. I look at it this way, I would give that sergeant free rein. You line up your meetings, you do what you need to do because the benefit to us is great, and then you tell me which ones I need to be at. And I say that as a sergeant doesn't need to be beat up by the public out there. That's what the sheriff's job is, to take those shots and answer those hard questions. They'll get the credit for the great job, and I'll take the hits for maybe some shortcomings we have. There's a lady that was a neighborhood watch coordinator before. She's retired from the sheriff's office. She's already approached me, said, if you're appointed, would you be interested in bringing me on board as a volunteer, not as a volunteer, but not being paid, to run your neighborhood watch program? And before she could finish the question, my answer was yes. She's got experience in it, she's passionate about it, and she can make it work. It'll be a benefit to everybody in the communities.
All right, thank you.
I have a follow-up question. Mr. Garrahan, Tell me how you feel about a resident deputy program, and should they be continued?
Resident deputy program,
Sorry.
I just want to step in. It's the question that we are currently on has to.
Well, let me restructure. Currently, I understand that the resident deputy program is part of the neighborhood watch program, at least in my district. Would you continue that practice?
Yeah, but I would change the name. And the reason I would change the name is because my experience when I worked in Arizona, a resident deputy was the sole law enforcement officer for miles and miles and miles around, okay? What I look at it is, and again, it's maybe just semantics, community service deputy, something along that. But if what you're talking about is to have that go-to guy or girl that's the deputy for that community, absolutely. It goes towards, I talked about how the sheriff needs to be involved, it goes all the way down. People forget there's two kind of different things here. There's law enforcement, which has to do with just people breaking the law. And then there's what I call policing, which has to do with those quality of life issues that maybe people don't need to be arrested. Maybe they just want to vent. Maybe they just have a question on how we can do this. And that's where that resident deputy, whatever we end up calling it, is going to be that facilitator for those things. We still get problem solved, but it's not strictly a lock 'em up law enforcement issue.
Okay, final question. What would you communicate to your deputies regarding the Black Lives Matter movement?
It's a group out there. They're exercising their First Amendment rights. They have their opinions on law enforcement, policing. The deputies will have their own opinions on that group. That's irrelevant. When you are on duty, you'll be professional. You'll carry out your duties to the best of your ability, legally, lawfully, morally, ethically. And it's a non-issue. If you carry yourself as a professional, somebody can complain all day long about you or your profession, but it should be water off a duck's back. There's a lot of people out there that are complain about law enforcement all day long. They've been doing it for decades. It's not going to stop anytime soon. They just happen to be one of the current ones that are involved with it.
Okay. And at the previous candidates in here was also asked at the end of the after the 20th question. Debbie asked whether there was anything else that you wanted to share that wasn't covered to your ask.
Closing statement, so to speak.
The answer is yes. Okay. Okay, my entire adult life has been dedicated to the policing profession. If I'm appointed, this will allow me to carry on those decades of service to others. Public safety is of great concern to virtually everybody out here, and the office of sheriff is critical. I don't take it lightly. I know that there will be
Okay?
I'm ready.
So we'll begin again. We're going to do one more interview, and then we're going to break for lunch for an hour. Also, I want to remind, or let you folks know a little bit of housekeeping here. Please don't come in the well area, okay, because we have a lot of sensitive information up here that cannot be shared with the public. We want to make sure it stays that way. Just to let you know, all this stuff that we're looking at right here is going to be all folded up and given back to our county council. At the end of the day, we won't have access to it anymore after this either. That's the way it should be. So we want to make very clear that that we're very sensitive to that protection. Okay? So we're ready for the next. All right, welcome, Mr. Smith. How are you?
Yeah, very well. That was important.
Good. We're going to ask a series of 20 questions that were presented by the public, and some of them may have been presented by the board, but they're all the same as everybody else gets, so very consistent. But for now, maybe you'd like to share a little bit about something about yourself, and we can get started.
My name is Blaine Smith. I go by Blaine, so please call me Blaine. I was born and raised in the county. Spent 14 years in the Marine Corps and 15 years with the Calaveras County Sheriff's Department. I'm excited for this opportunity. I'm excited to be here. Thank you for the time.
So I've been asking the first question, and today I have please tell the interview panel about all of your management and executive level experience and how this experience has prepared you to serve in the role of one of California's 58 sheriffs.
Throughout the Marine Corps, I reached the rank of gunnery sergeant. I was meritoriously promoted throughout my 14 years in the Marine Corps. Some of the last assignments I had was as a platoon sergeant and as training chief and operations chief for a battalion. As training operations chief, at the time I was stationed in Okinawa, Japan, which gave it another complex aspect of being a training operations chief overseas, dealing with distance and other regulations. In those positions, I had to run operations budgets, training budgets, on the general staff level, help make plans for not only real world but also training evolutions in different countries and different contingencies. As working with the Sheriff's Department in the rank of sergeant, I commanded the bomb team and the hazmat team. During that time, I had to help with budgets for the OES and those individual teams, and again work on contingencies with other departments, other counties, and the fire services.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Smith. How are you?
Good.
As Sheriff of Calaveras County, what are your top 3 priorities and why?
I think one of the top priorities would be building and maintaining good, honest, solid relationships with other county departments and employees. for what I've seen in the past, those relationships have been strained. It seems like that tide is turned the corner. I've been away from the department and specifically working within the county for the past year and a half, but it seems like those things of 10, 15, 5 years ago, those relationships have become a lot better. But I think it's very important that we work together in the county. It's not one department against another, or singling out one board of supervisor against another when it comes to county budgets and things that the sheriff's department would need in the future. One of the main priorities, I think, is understanding Prop 47, its impacts in the community, and trying to maintain the same level of service and protection with that in mind. Prop 47 studies are beginning to show very clearly that it has weakened law enforcement with the reduction in penalties and taking less of a stance on different crimes and punishments that are it's taken away an incentive not to commit certain crimes. And the last, which I think has been struggling at least the last 20 years, are recruiting, retaining good deputies, maintaining and trying to establish an equal pay for deputies within similar counties and positions within the region. It's something that was hard to do prior to the economy going south, and it's something that we have an opportunity to do now that the economy recovers.
What awards or other recognition have you received for your law enforcement work?
Received several letters of recommendation on some of the major incidents, whether it be fires or major investigations. I've been received meritorious unit awards that the whole unit received together working on those cases or that incident.
Thank you.
What have you done to familiarize yourself with the need of Calaveras County and the Sheriff's Office ability to fulfill those needs?
The last year and a half, I've worked outside the county and haven't been in touch with the county and the Sheriff's Department as much. When this opportunity presented itself, spent a lot of time going back and watching Board of Supervisors videos from meetings, looking at archives on our local newspapers, and talking to community members that I know that try to keep up with things within the county politics and the Sheriff's Department.
As sheriff, you will be responsible for maintaining partnerships with non-law enforcement agencies or departments throughout the county and state. Please describe what experience you have building relationships with other agencies and what specific tasks or projects you are directly responsible for within the scope of these duties.
For 8 years, I was a member of the department's bomb and hazmat teams. Those teams had the responsibility of covering 4 counties: Calaveras, Amador, Tuolumne, and Alpine. I regularly responded to and dealt with all the jurisdictions within those 4 counties. Angels Camp within our own county, and the fire services here, each individual volunteer fire and CDF. Each jurisdiction in Tuolumne, for example, Sonora PD, Tuolumne SO, Alpine County, Jackson, Sutter Creek, Ione PD. I regularly met and worked with them regarding calls for service for hazmat and bomb. I knew from experience in the Marine Corps it was very important to establish and maintain very good relationships with them, which was easy to do because we already had them. What was the second part of the question?
Please describe what experience you have building relationships with the agencies and what specific tasks or projects you were directly responsible for within the scope of these duties.
Part of the tasks that I was responsible for was training. With the help of several department members, we established and had a post-certified explosive recognition course. We did that training and coordination throughout the three other counties besides Calaveras that we worked with. One of the other tasks that I was tasked with as a young deputy was investigating specific groups related to gangs within the county and within the state. In doing so, I was a founding member of a statewide organization that related to investigating those gangs and disseminating information and coordinating throughout the state.
So do you feel that a working, healthy relationship exists with the public agencies and departments within the county? And what would you do to improve those relationships?
I left the department about a year and a half ago. A year and a half ago, I think a lot of those relationships had turned the corner and started becoming a lot better. Within the sheriff's department, the sheriff's admin, and other department heads and county supervisors. I've seen it worse. I've witnessed it being worse. Like I stated, I think it's extremely important to understand that there's not personal agendas. Each department head doesn't have their personal agenda that they've got to drive through. It's something that's got to be built on respect, transparency, commonality of goals. I wouldn't look as the sheriff's department's any better or any worse than any other department. So the relationships will have to be built. It'd have to be transparent and very professional. And it's something that I would more than likely start on day one if I were appointed as the new sheriff. It'd be something that I value quite a bit.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith, given the current staffing levels, how would you change or not change the existing beat structure in the county to ensure safe and proper law enforcement performance for public protection and response time?
At times in my career as a sergeant, I was part of investigating and trying to develop new beat structures and develop plans for patrol in order to be more effective throughout the county. In order to intelligently answer that, I would need the data of calls for service, times for responses, and where they are in the county. It takes a lot of research and a lot of development in order to gain the information and be able to make a decision of where best, where's our, typically Valley Springs is the highest crime area, the most calls for service in the county. We've tried a couple things in the past 10, 15 years to try to develop that. I would have to have that information, be able to research that to honestly make a recommendation or give input to that.
Please describe your familiarity with the county budget process and specifically what you know about the sheriff office budget.
For the past my last 8 years with the department was as sergeant in charge of the Marine Safety Unit. I was introduced in the beginning of that, so I have 8 years' experience developing the Marine Safety budget itself and going through that process within the county and the Sheriff's Department. As we had individuals retire, I became the team leader for the hazmat and the bomb team and had more hands-on with the budget with OES and grants and things like that. So I've got experience going through that for an 8-year period. I would describe it in the past. The past couple of years was very frustrating because it seemed like every day we had new rules and we had to change budgets prior to submission. I understand in the last couple of years it's become much more simple, straightforward. I think it's extremely important it becomes simple and straightforward. I know there's been battles on the Sheriff's Department getting a budget and the former sheriff's opinion on how he should be able to use that budget. But budgets are tough. I went through the whole period of the economy, reductions in budget of nearly 50%. So I struggled through that, and I understood it. As long as the rules of the game doesn't change constantly, it's something that the Sheriff's Department was very well at adapting to and presenting. And we have a great deal of experience doing that. So I think I could pick up right where I left off when I was with the Sheriff's Department.
Thank you. Okay. Along those same lines, next question. Given our budget constraints, how would you stretch our taxpayer dollars and still deter crime?
It's another question that's difficult. Without looking at line items in a budget, to say I would cut this, I would save that. When I was in the Marine Safety budget, I was able to keep the same level of service as that budget decreased. What I did is looked at line by line, what do we absolutely need, what do we don't need. At the end of the year, I'd save as much as I can. At the end of the year, I'd buy expendable items that I could use in that next year, which would be saving me money into that next year's budget. So I could maintain that labor cost, that cost of having people out on the lakes and on patrol. The Sheriff's Department budget is incredibly complex with all the subunits that we have. So to make an intelligent answer about that, I'd have to look at line by line and what we have and what we're spending, look at consumables, and honestly look at, do we need to do this, and what do we need to do to maintain that level of service.
All right, thank you.
Explain your program to retain and hire deputies should additional resources and funding become available.
I believe we still lost our academy that was in Stanislaus County. That was our main source. I take as a Marine, I was a Marine recruiter, and as a Marine recruiter, I took a short and long-term approach to that. I developed young Marines that were 15, 16 that walked in my office and say they wanted to be a Marine. Instead of telling them to go away, come back when you're 17, 18, we developed those. Come in each month to our monthly meetings. Let's learn, if you're not qualified, if you are qualified, these are the things you need to maintain. I think we'd have to bolster our Explorer program and our ROTC program because the best loyal candidates we're going to find are going to be born and raised or have lived in Calaveras County a long time. Learning curve wouldn't be as great in getting to know the county, getting to know people in the county, getting to know deal with issues in the county. That would be a long-term development of new deputies. A short-term development would be, we have very capable deputies and sergeants and corporals that know how to recruit. Lack of a better word, they know how to sell the county, because the county sells itself. We're one of the most beautiful, diverse counties in the state of California. Going to those academies and recruiting. There's ebbs and tides, depending on what retirement does in Calaveras. Sometimes there's a lot of jobs in law enforcement, sometimes there's not. Currently, I think it's kind of in the middle. We've got to attract good candidates, diverse candidates, look at veterans, look at non-veterans, keep our recruitment open. And the last thing is do our best to make our pay and benefits at least competitive with other counties and jurisdictions that are similar to ours.
What do you feel is the sheriff's role within the community and its organizations?
Could you define organizations?
Within the community and its organizations, I'm going to say something like perhaps the Rotary, as an example.
During the selection committee or ranking committee, they ask about community involvement. My community involvement has been as a coach, as a mentor. I've raised 5 kids from 22, and my youngest is 8. That's what's important to me is my family. So that's been my community involvement up until this point. Having been a member of the DSA and knowing and being good friends with past sheriffs, I know that they go to Rotary meetings, they go to veterans meetings, they go to things like that. That's something that I think is important. Knowing what the business is and what the leaders in the community see, hear, and feel. So I think being in touch with that throughout the county is definitely a line of communication. But having coached and having sat on the sidelines to school events and things like that, I think that's equally as important. I've learned a lot sitting on the sideline watching a soccer game or at a coaches meeting that I have, and I have attended very few Rotary meetings and veterans meetings also, and you see a lot of the same people. So I think it's very important. I don't think it's the only way to stay in touch with our community.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith, will you follow state law in connection with granting or denying concealed carry permits?
The question was, would I follow state law?
That's correct. Would you follow state law in connection with granting or denying concealed carry permits?
I'd absolutely follow state law, unless I almost feel like there's a trick question that I don't know something out there that I'm ignorant to, but absolutely I'd be forced to follow state law. Yes.
I don't think it was a trick question. No, it kind of seemed like it. I understand.
It seems like a very simple question.
Yeah. Believe it or not.
Kind of waiting for the other shoe to drop. Are you in favor of deputies wearing body cameras?
I've watched this national debate, and I have for quite some time. In the later parts of my Marine Corps career, they started developing body cameras also for a lot of the same reasons in Iraq and Afghanistan and deployments like that. Am I in favor of it? Yes. Do I think it's necessary in Calaveras County? Not so much. It's a national debate about addressing law enforcement officers' behavior. I haven't seen our behavior locally to be of a concern or in question like that. I'd absolutely be for it or approve it or think it's a good idea. Again, it's another expense. Do we need to buy that technology and use it? What benefit are we getting from it? So absolutely, I'd be in favor of it. Deputies in this county have absolutely nothing to hide, and it would quell minds that think they do.
Thank you.
Okay. Can you tell us about Senate Bill 178, the new Electronic Communication Privacy Act, and what its impact will be on the sheriff's office?
In my multiple hours of research, I didn't come across that Senate bill, so I'm not informed on what it proposes or how it would affect the sheriff's department or county.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I get to ask you another one about another bill. Can you explain the new law under Assembly Bill 71, criminal justice reporting, and what the law is, and what fiscal impacts it will have on the sheriff's office?
Unfortunately, I was stuck in the 300 pages of Title 15. But I did come across that and breezed over it. If I know it correctly, it changes. We have uniform crime reports that go up to the federal level. It changes and mandates certain specific crimes and how they're reported within the state level. It'd probably be a minimal cost. Not knowing a lot about that bill, like I said, I breezed over it. I think it would be a minimal administrative cost. I didn't come across any administrative fees or specific systems that we had to prescribe to or sign up for in order to report certain information. So I think it would be minimal. Maybe something I'd have to study some more.
Can you explain what impacts Proposition 47, felony reduction, has had on the community and the sheriff's office?
Well, this is something that I've been very interested in from the time it passed. A lot of people predicted what may or may not happen, and studies are becoming more conclusive and showing that there is rise in crime throughout a lot of jurisdictions within the state. I don't know specific numbers within the communities or within the county itself, what kind of rise in crime we've seen. You look through history and we've had swings in the criminal justice system, like Prop 47 and Prop 109 and things that make penalties and incarceration times less, and we become more rehabilitative. We've seen that within the past few years. I think it's a natural pendulum that'll swing back. It's something that we have to look at very seriously, not only within the sheriff's department, because we'll still arrest on crimes, no matter what, if they're called a misdemeanor or felony. We're still going to investigate and arrest on. I think we have to really build and look at the relationship the sheriff's department, the DA's office, and probation has, and what are we going to do now? Traditionally, maybe that crime will get pled out and a very lenient sentence or probation term may be imposed. I think it's time where we need to tighten the straps on that and prosecute crimes that haven't been prosecuted before because they were just a misdemeanor. We've got to address it. Studies show that it has a direct correlation to the increase in crime. So I think a lot of that is honestly out of the sheriff's department's hands. We're still going to arrest for it. We've got to wait for the DA and the criminal justice system to impose that sentence, which the sheriff will take custody and while they're in our jail. But it's going to have to be a relationship between the DA's office, probation, and the sheriff's department in order to adjust for that leniency.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith, the new medical marijuana state laws, SB 266, AB 243, and SB 643, encourage local agencies to regulate medicinal marijuana in order to secure state permits. Will you, as sheriff, comply with all local laws adopted by the Board of Supervisors in regulating medical marijuana and potentially legal marijuana in the future?
Working in consult with the Board of Supervisors, they make it county ordinances, then as we are directed, the Sheriff's Department would enforce those laws.
Thank you.
Do you support neighborhood watch groups and feel they help to bring concerned citizens together with law enforcement to make our communities safer?
Absolutely, 100%. My 5 years on patrol, I enjoyed graveyards in West Point and Valley Springs areas. Neighborhood watch was just key. Living in a rural community, the Sheriff's Department can't see everything. We can't patrol every road. We're understaffed. If we have the eyes and ears of the community and the trust, it's personally helped me send individuals to prison with testimony from neighborhood watch individuals, and it's huge. It's key in a rural county like ours.
Thank you.
Assuming while on duty, you witnessed a clear traffic violation which involved one of your off-duty sheriff deputies, would you issue that deputy a traffic citation?
At that point, there would be a little conflict. I'd have to conduct, in my opinion, a internal affairs investigation or use department discipline rather than a vehicle code violation. Being a subordinate, there's a lot of policies within the department that would dictate on how to move forward with something like that. Would it be something that depending on the violation, if there was safety or life or limb, they'd definitely get a immediate reprimand. But I can't say that I would issue them a vehicle code citation. I'd have to look at policy and bringing them into the disciplinary aspects of the department itself.
What would you communicate to your deputies regarding the Black Lives Matter movement?
Can you read that one more time?
What would you communicate to your deputies regarding the Black Lives Matter movement?
Honestly, I think that's a tough question. Are they protesting? Are they setting up shop in the county? Does it come up in conversation? I'd need some more clarification. I can answer that without more clarification.
Okay, so like any other movement, there's people have the right to free speech and all that, right?
Yes.
So this is another group that has those same rights, and so how would you communicate to your deputies about this?
By clarifying that, you kind of answered it for me. They're an organization that believes in something. Being a former Marine, I understand completely and value the constitutional rights we have in this country. Being in 32 different countries, I've seen a lot where you don't have that. So as frustrating as it might be, something that you may personally disagree with, individuals and different organizations can protest and speak their mind. It would be unlike any other organization that we deal with or would deal with. We don't make ensure that they are exercising that constitutional right in a legal manner. We protect them if need be while they're doing that in a legal manner, but at the same time, we'd make sure that they're not violating law either.
All right. And that was the 20th question, and you get a little bonus question here, okay? Is there anything else that you think we should have covered or that you would like to share and wasn't asked?
On that's tough because, believe it or not, this is the first time that I've had some interviews for appointment of sheriff. So I didn't know what to expect.
Almost everybody else in the country.
I did a lot of studying, tried to look up and update myself on all the current legislation. I got stuck on Title 15 for quite some time of 300 pages. Tried to look at history of the county and things like that. So it's tough. You got a whole county that has waited for a certain amount of time in a situation that's put the county government's been put in a situation that they never have before. It's tough. You're not going to have everybody that's happy. Due to a very unfortunate incident, you have 5 men within this county that are very well qualified. Certain places I stand apart. I was born and raised in this county. I've got a lot of family, a lot of friends, a lot of ties to this county. I've seen this county develop from a town of 500 in Valley Springs to the 7,500 that it is now. Murphy's grow into a town that it has now. I've always paid attention and voted when I could to issues within this county. I spent my time in the Marine Corps, went to some of the toughest schools that they had to offer, was a reconnaissance Marine because I enjoyed those challenges. I've gotten thousands of hours of leadership. I pride myself on leadership and management. And in the natural
Okay, well, welcome back from lunch. And, so we've covered the first 3 candidates, and we're up to the 4th candidate, which is, and I'll let you introduce that.
It's just a big file. It's not through yet. I had 2 photos on it and just a big file. Seems odd. Yeah, no new touches.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Welcome to our interview process here, and thanks for showing up. Appreciate stepping forward to take on this endeavor. And we have 20 questions that were vetted through the public and some from the board, and we're going to ask you that in just a moment. But first, we'd like you to know if you want to give your introduction or say something about yourself.
Sure. First of all, thank you for having this, and thank you to everyone who's come to see this, and also thank you for the lunch. I began my career as a deputy sheriff here in Calaveras County in 1990. I worked patrol, I worked as an FTO, I worked as a search and rescue manager, Arnold resident deputy, I worked narcotics, and I worked detectives. I gained a lot of experience and a lot of exposure to a lot of different policies and management styles. I left in 2002 and I went to work for Amador Sheriff's Office. There I worked very little patrol, went right to investigations after just a few months on patrol. And there I worked detectives, I worked narcotics, and marine safety. I was also a hostage negotiator in Amador as well as here in Calaveras. I left Amador Sheriff's Office in 2008 and went to the District Attorney's Office where I currently am employed. I've worked for 5 different sheriffs in those 2 sheriff's offices, and it's given me some insight as to different management styles, different management policies, and different philosophies as to how to run a sheriff's office. My current employer, Todd Reeby, who is the District Attorney of Amador, has been reelected several times, and it's because of his leadership in basically doing the right thing and treating his people right. I enjoy working there. I feel it's not necessarily time, but the timing is to where I feel I'm ready to move to the next step or the next level. I currently am a latent print examiner. I am a crime scene investigator and crime scene reconstruction specialist. I've qualified as an expert. Also qualified an expert in court in marijuana use, possession, sales, and cultivation, as well as methamphetamine use, sales, and manufacturing. I have 3 degrees from Napa Junior College. I have an AA degree in social science and an AS degree in law enforcement and an AS in wildlife law enforcement. My wife and I live here in town. She grew up here. She went to school here, graduated from Calaveras High School. She is employed locally. My daughter went to school here and graduated from high school here, and my son is currently enrolled in school here. Our roots are here. I belong to several local organizations, and I belong to them for the purpose of belonging to them to serve or to do something in my community. We all know that when campaign season rolls around or somebody is seeking office, that people tend to join organizations just to get their name out or to get their exposure. Some of these organizations I belong to, my wife and I belonged to them for several years. The quarterback club at the high school for 17 years. The Calaveras Athletic Boosters, the Historical Society. I belong to the Gun Club, Mountain Ranch Community Club, and a few others. But I believe that our next sheriff needs to be a member of the community and engaged in the community. Someone that the community recognizes, feels comfortable with, and is a part of their community. Thank you.
Okay, one of the first questions is, please tell the interview panel about all of your management and executive level experience and how this experience has prepared you to be serving in the role of one of California's 58 sheriffs.
Starting with being a field training officer and training someone, teaching policies. First, one has to know the policies and practices of the department. In teaching new deputies or lateral deputies, the different policies and procedures of the office. I was also search and rescue manager, not just on search and rescue missions, but whenever we had a major fire, the Darby fire and I believe the Leonard fire, I was always drafted into the office and the command post to manage incoming mutual aid, scheduling of mutual aid, and other various duties outside of that. Search and rescue missions, dealing with the state quite a bit and calling in those resources for mutual aid and local resources that we have here. The use of the state and the federal government during those requires a lot of coordination and a lot of insight as to exactly what resources are necessary. I've even been called to take over the overhead or the management of a search and rescue mission in another county. That was in Alpine County, 2 missing girls. Where I currently work, I take pride in the fact that a lot of our major high-profile investigations I'm in charge of, and I manage those investigations and the resources that are used in those investigations.
Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, Mr. Stevens. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Thank you for coming. What awards or other recognition have you received for your law enforcement work?
I've received several letters of commendation both here in Calaveras County when I was a deputy sheriff here and in Amador County at the DA's office. Probably one of the awards, I was awarded the Medal of Valor in 1993 for the shooting incident involving Kenford Williams. As far as awards, I'm sorry. And like I said, several letters of commendation. In Amador County, I was awarded the Outstanding Investigator of the Year, the year 2014, by the California District Attorneys Association for my role in leading a homicide investigation that took over 2.5 years. That investigation, in a nutshell, was a subject from out of the county brought his homeless mother from San Jose to Amador County and stabbed her in the middle of the night. By the time her body was discovered 2 days later, he had just landed in Cuba. We had him in custody a week later. And the case, and that took 2.5 years to investigate, there was a lot to it, a lot of information and a lot of circumstantial evidence that was hard to gather, but I did so, and I was recognized for it. Also in 2014, I was awarded the Amador County Peace Officer of the Year, which is a local organization that I belong to, and it was for the same investigation because of its local impact it had on the county.
Thank you.
What have you done to familiarize yourself with the needs of Calaveras County and the Sheriff's Office ability to fulfill those needs?
Well, I live here. I talked to a few of the deputies, and aside from reading the newspaper, I see what's going on with the office and with the county. There's a lot of challenges coming down the road to this county. Currently, with the Sheriff's Office, they are down 12, I'm told here recently, 13 deputies, which is 30 to 33% of the patrol or of the deputies that are employed here. That is a crisis in itself. I have, in a sense, I have a few ideas, if you will, or a plan to help bolster that to a certain degree, and I have long-term plans or ideas that could boost those numbers up. But as far as prepared, I've gone and I've met with the auditor. I've looked at some of the budget, the Sheriff's Office budget, and it's quite confusing, and I'm told that from other sources as well. I understand the Sheriff's budget's about $12.5 million, and about $8 million of it is to salary and benefits. There's other things, though, besides salary and benefits that's going on with the Sheriff's Office. It's equipment, patrol cars. Some of the patrol cars have 200,000 miles on them, which is unheard of in law enforcement in the state of California, anywhere in the western United States. So there's quite a few issues facing the office itself. And like I said, I've spoken to some of the deputies that confide in me that I've known for quite a few years, and they tell me some of the things that are happening and the challenges that they face, which, like I said, are salary and benefits and equipment.
Thank you. As sheriff, you will be responsible for maintaining partnerships with non-law enforcement agencies or departments throughout the county and state. Please describe what experience you have building relationships with other agencies and what specific tasks or projects you were directly responsible for within the scope of those duties. It's a long one.
It is. Locally, like I said, I belong to several organizations. The quarterback club with Calaveras High School, I belonged to it for probably, I think, 17 years. Calaveras Athletic Boosters Club. The Historical Society, just went to a dinner last week here in town. I used to be a board member for Mind Matters for 2 years in Murphy's. I also belong to the Angels Gun Club. I belonged to them for a couple of years prior to a 2-year waiting period to get onto the to become a member. Also belong to the Mountain Ranch Community Club. I've already established relationships with a lot of these people and a lot of these organizations. I currently right now work with several other law enforcement agencies in the course of my daily duties. I've worked with countless local agencies and several federal agencies. As far as building relationships, I know quite a few of the fire chiefs here in the county. I do know that I know some of the school administrations throughout the county. And as far as building relationships, they know me and they trust me because I can, at any time, call them or call upon them to get information or get, services that I may need.
Thank you.
Do you feel that a working, healthy relationship exists with the public agencies and departments within the county? And what would you do to improve these relationships?
I'm sorry, do I feel that they are healthy now?
Do you feel that a working, healthy relationship exists with public agencies and departments within the county? And what would you do to improve the relationships?
It depends on who you talk to, whether or not some people feel it's healthy or not. I believe in, to a certain degree, extending the hand of friendship because everyone does have to work together. I believe that as sheriff, I may not agree with the board or a few of the board members. We can agree to disagree. I don't believe in going out and, for lack of a better term, bad-mouthing, a decision the board has made. I don't believe in posting things on Facebook or making disparaging remarks. We have to work together. I work together with, like I said, some of these local organizations. In my current work, we work with the Board of Supervisors in Amador County. It's not productive. The old saying, you get more flies with honey than you do vinegar. We can agree to disagree. What would I do? I would find out what the problem is, or try to find out what the problem is, and work from there, and trying to fix the problem or solve the problem.
Thank you. Given the current staffing levels, how would you change or not change the existing beat structure in the county to ensure safe and proper law enforcement performance for public protection and response times?
The patrol beats, as best as I understand, are the same they were in 1990 and have been ever since. That's because of staffing. You split the county up between the 4 beats, and sometimes it's into 2, one on each side of the county with one that floats in between both counties for what we call backup. I've always been an advocate of a 5th beat, which is in the center of the county, from Sheep Ranch, Mountain Ranch, Railroad Flat, maybe up to as far as over to Glencoe, because that is one of the underserved areas for patrol deputies in the county. Problem is, there's not enough deputies. I don't think, and I've thought about how to change the beat structure. I think it's fine the way it is. The problem is just filling them with deputies. When I was a resident deputy, the idea was to, for me to handle only those calls that I got a phone call for, not through dispatch. And they would send another deputy up to handle those calls, and it didn't work very well because they ended up putting another deputy in that beat with me. And while he was running from call to call to call, I was, in essence, to the rest of the department doing nothing. So there was some supervision issues with that, and it didn't work well. The idea looked good on paper, but in reality, it didn't work well. I think that, idealistically, I would like to see it at the minimum 4 or 5 deputies on at any time in this county. 6 would even be better. Problem is there's not enough deputies to fill the beats as they are.
Thank you.
Mr. Stevens, please describe your familiarity with the county budget process, and specifically, what do you know about the sheriff's budget?
Well, the budget process a lot of times is we look at what the sheriff got the year before in previous years and what he may be asking for that's new or different for the current year. Whether it's an increase in staffing or an increase in line items for equipment, leasing of patrol cars, or other equipment. I know that when Sheriff Kuntz took office, he asked the board just to keep everything the same it was, not to make any changes. I would have to say that I would be hesitant to make a comment about making changes to anything in the sheriff's budget as it is until I was in a position to make those decisions if anything really needed to be changed. I think anyone stepping into a new position of leadership or authority over others and immediately making changes is not healthy. It's not healthy to the department or its members. Captain Ballard and Captain Macedo have been doing just fine with doing what they've been doing. And listening to them, if I was to be appointed coming into office, what their recommendations are based on historical precedents, I think would be invaluable. But to come in and start making drastic changes would be irresponsible. The process is we make proposed budgets to the board. The board in the auditor's office and so on, see if that's going to be appropriate, if it's relevant, what other tax changes have come in from the tax collector's office, and see where the budget is. We can say we want this much and this is why. And from there, the hearings and the debates and the discussions start. And usually it's pretty consistent with the previous year, barring unforeseen.
Given our budget constraints, how would you stretch our tax dollars and still deter crime?
Well, a dollar can only be stretched so far, just like a deputy shift. They can only work so many days a week and not get burned out. Right now, the overtime budget is, I don't want to say out of control, but it's enormous. Most departments this size don't use the overtime that this office does. However, it's also being used as a benefit because they have low salaries. One of the things that I would look for is to increase deputy salaries to make more of an incentive for deputies to come to work here. As far as the budget, one of the things that I am a big proponent of is we need to bring business to this county. My wife is president of the Chamber of Commerce. I go to the chamber meetings and mixers and functions, and I talk to business owners. I hear what their complaints are, what their concerns are. Most of the people and business owners that attend these meetings are anywhere from 1 to 5 employee businesses. They're not big businesses. 2 of the largest employers in the county are government, Calaveras School District and the Government Center. The next to be Mark Twain Hospital. Government's job is not to employ people, it's to serve the people. So we need private business and private industry to come up, and I'd like light industry, manufacturing. So we need to make that an enticing aspect for business to come to this county. they are not going to come to this county if they're looking at crime statistics. And like I said, I know we have challenges coming down the road towards this county, and those need to be addressed. But I'm a big proponent of trying to pursue and market businesses coming to this county.
Thank you.
So just a follow-up question. I'm not sure I understood the answer.
Okay.
Because it was given our budget concerns, how would you stretch our tax dollars and deter crime?
It's easy to say reduce the overtime budget, but like I said, overtime is being used, number one, as a benefit to some, so they can make their dollar stretch, their take-home money. And the other is to lessen the sheriff's budget. The difference is, like I said, because of the lack of deputies trying to fill just a regular patrol shift, that money is being spent. The sheriff's budget is what it is, and cutting the sheriff's budget more and more is not going to be able to help with increasing public safety. Like I said, I would like to see the budget where it is, stay as it is, and look for other sources of revenue. I know the generic answer is, to get grants. Well, grants aren't as easy to come by, and they don't always fulfill the needs of the department. Probably the biggest priority in the department right now is deputies on the street and equipment for the deputies. First off, patrol cars. So beyond that, I'd have to say that I don't know everything that there is to know in the sheriff's budget, and that's what I would rely on with the two captains and the lieutenants that are already there to see what their suggestions are.
Thank you for clarifying. And on to the next question here. As the sheriff of Calaveras County, what are your top 3 priorities and why?
First is deputies. Not only to hire more deputies, but to increase their salary and benefits. This is one of the lowest paying departments in the immediate area of this part of California. And the second would be to better equipment or updated equipment. Patrol cars right off the bat. Any car that's over 100,000, 150,000 miles is pretty much unsafe. The third would be to increase the level of investigations. We're in the new era of technology, and technological investigations are becoming the norm. So we would have to, in a sense, I don't want to say play catch-up, but we're kind of that way now. And we'll never, I don't think, the way technology advances, we'll never make it to the point where we're just trying to keep up. Right now, we're in the catch-up. And I do have more ideas about that, but I mean, that would be my top 3. One is more of a long-term. Short-term is number of deputies and equipment for the deputies.
Explain your program to retain and hire deputies should additional resources and funding become available.
There has to be a reason for deputies to come to work in Calaveras County. Right now, there's not. I've heard second and third-hand information that the rumor amongst the police academies in the valley is don't go to Calaveras County, you're not going to make any money. And this county historically has been a stepping stone for young deputies to get hired, get some experience, and then go apply somewhere else that has better benefits and better salary. And I know we just lost another deputy to, I think, Modesto or Stanislaus County. This county will never be able to compete with larger cities in the valley or larger sheriff's offices. So we have to find another incentive besides just pay. There has to be a reason for deputies to come here. I know that the sheriff's office has an intern and an explorer program, which is they're great programs from what I've read about them, but they're long-term. They're 4, 5, 6 years down the road. We need deputies that can be ready to walk in and do the job after their training program. Get very few lateral deputies applying here, and part of it's because of the pay. I just spoke to my brother-in-law here recently who works for Stockton Police Department. He works as part of their, not necessarily their CSO program, but he does a lot of videotaping, a lot of their marketing and photography work. And They are trying some really new and innovative ideas. They are getting an interactive web page that is not part of the counties. It's owned by the police department itself. And they are marketing themselves. They are, one of the issues they identified right off the bat was when people would call interested in employment, they would call and speak to HR, or they would go to the website. They're not getting all the information they want off of the website or from HR. There's a lot of questions HR can't answer. But this interactive website that they are building will be able to. They have videos that they're going to put on the website that explain some of the policies and some of the procedures and what the patrol shifts are like and the beat structures within the city. They're putting all of this out. That's just one thing that they're doing. This office, this county, needs a marketing plan of some kind. I'm not a business-minded person that does marketing. I don't know, but it would seem reasonable and prudent to find somebody that is, whether it would cost the county or the department money, probably, but there's some talent within the department. There's people that are computer literate that can help build websites. There's people that can take video. I know of one agency that advertises you get to go snow machining and you get to go work on marine safety and work on the boats. And after 2 or 3 years, deputies don't get to, and they felt they've been duped. That's something that, is available here, but it would have to be something that would have to be reasonably obtained if it's going to be marketed that way. So there needs to be other incentives besides just money for deputies to want to, or somebody wanting to come to work here as a deputy. Some of them are, search and rescue management. There's some deputies that are working several different collateral assignments. They're working either SWAT, they're working boats, they're working detectives, they're working narcotics. All of these other side assignments, it becomes overwhelming because about the time they get off of shift for one assignment, one of their collateral assignment phone calls comes up, says, hey, we need you to come do this. So it's very taxing, and after a while, to be honest, it gets old. And even though they're getting the overtime, they're getting worked probably too much. And the feeling is, why should I work this much for this money and have to make it in overtime when I can go to work for another agency in the valley or in another county that's within commuting distance and make the same amount of money, and I don't have to work as much. So, like I said, I would suggest that we would have to look at a marketing plan or a strategic plan beyond what's already been done in the past, because obviously it's not working.
What do you feel is the sheriff's role within the community and its organizations?
He has to be a part of the community, not just somebody who sits in, what I call the big chair and tells people what to do or where to spend the money. As a member of this community, myself, if I was sitting out in the audience and was going to speak to the board, I would tell the board I want the sheriff to be a part of the community, someone who's engaged in the community, someone who knows what's going on, who meets with some of the community leaders and finds out and hears what their complaints are from the business associations, from some of the church leaders, from some of the after-school programs. Like I said, I belong to these, my wife and I, we belong to these organizations because we feel it's the right thing to do. We want to give back to our community. A lot of people say, well, I already work in my community. Well, that's fine. You get paid for it. What else do you do that you don't get paid for? We want to give back to our community. I want a sheriff that's engaged, that knows who these leaders are, and those leaders are comfortable coming to the sheriff and speaking to the sheriff and saying, these are the problems we're having, or this is an issue. What can you do to help us? I think that's very important.
Thank you.
Mr. Stevens, will you follow state law in connection with granting or denying concealed carry permits?
I'll follow state law with both. There are some people that should be denied permits because they don't meet the criteria. They may be legally prohibited from obtaining a concealed weapons permit. So I would obviously follow state law. I would also follow state law with granting permits. I'm an advocate of the Second Amendment. I used to have a concealed weapons permit before I became a peace officer back in the 80s. I see no reason for people to not be issued concealed weapons permit as long as they meet the criteria set down by the state.
Thank you. Are you in favor of deputies wearing body cameras?
Absolutely. The new law that was passed was more of a advisory law. It kind of starts the conversation with body-worn cameras and beginning the process to set up legislation in the future. The biggest issue with body-worn cameras is not so much the initial cost of outfitting deputies with cameras, but it's the cost of supplying the storage for that video and that data. Once the cameras are downloaded, it takes up a lot of storage space. That's probably one of the biggest costs that departments are facing, jurisdictions are facing with body-worn cameras. I recently attended some advanced training, and that issue came up. And with body-worn cameras, the cameras themselves, and there's many different kinds, but usually where they're positioned on the body. I know one agency uses simple GoPro cameras, and they're worn on the front of their chest. One of the issues, or two of the issues that came to light as a result of this training was the body-worn cameras don't always show everything that needs to be shown. Sometimes in officer-involved shootings, both arms are blocking the camera's view, so you don't see the same view that the officer sees. I would still rather have it than not have it. I'm also an advocate of having cameras in the patrol cars. I'm also an advocate of having GPS units in patrol cars. So if a deputy calls for help and nobody knows where they are, that GPS unit can tell where that car is. There's been times when I was a deputy here and I've been in a pursuit, or I was somewhere up at Fort Mountain Ranch or outside of Arnold, and I didn't know where I was when I was a brand new deputy. GPS units would be able to tell dispatch, who can broadcast to the other units, where that deputy is. Cameras in patrol cars with microphones are a good thing. I'm absolutely an advocate of it. Eventually, as time goes on, it reduces the number of complaints, citizen complaints against deputies, because they are able to, I don't want to use the word vindicate, but show and justify that the deputy did not do or say what they were accused of, and it shows the person making the complaint that they were recorded. And there are laws against making false complaints against peace officers. I do like the idea of body-worn cameras. I do like the idea, in lieu of that, of carrying just an audio recorder, like they do in many other agencies. We use them in my agency, and at times they are a lifesaver, so to speak. That's my answer.
Thank you.
All right. Can you tell us about Senate Bill 178, the new Electronic Communication Privacy Act, and what its impact will be on the Sheriff's Office?
Yes, the ECPA, the Electronic Communications Privacy Act. That law stemmed from the state legislature looking at what the federal government was doing. Federal government was able to issue subpoenas for electronic communications records, cell phone records, metadata, Facebook records, and so on, without any judicial oversight. Federal agencies can do that in some cases. They can issue just subpoenas. With the privacy laws that are coming to light, more and more people screaming they want more privacy, California passed that law. What that law requires is, under search warrants for electronic communications, be it Facebook or cell phone companies, simply put, the information that is being sought under the search warrant has to be specific. It used to be if I wrote a search warrant for a cell phone and we download that through what's called a Celebrite machine, which is the most common machine used to download the forensic information, That extracted information, everything in that cell phone we could see and we could use. So if we're writing a search warrant for, say, drug violations or drug trafficking, and we happen to find child pornography, we could no longer use that child pornography, those photos, against that person because they weren't mentioned in the search warrant. The language in the search warrant has to be very specific to the crime. If we're looking for those communications between two people, and that's all we're looking for, we cannot use any of that other information. The law also covers that we have to notify the account holder or the customer unless we get a waiver or a non-disclosure order from the judge for 90 days, and it can be extended to 180 days. If some of these are violated, the defense can apply to the court to dismiss the entire case. That's not something we're happy about, but it's the law, and we have to observe the law. The other aspect of that is it's creating more and more oversight for the Attorney General's office because they're now being held to be the watchdog of sorts for those agencies that are writing these search warrants and making sure that they're in compliance. So it creates more work because we have to, outside of a non-disclosure agreement or order from the court, we have to notify the account holder that we served a search warrant for the records of the account that they held, whether it be Facebook or AT&T or Verizon. It creates more work.
Can you explain the new law under Assembly Bill 71, criminal justice reporting, and what the law is and what fiscal impacts it will have on the sheriff's office?
I'm sorry, which Senate bill?
It's Assembly Bill 71, criminal justice reporting.
I believe 71 relates to, if I'm not mistaken, is that the racial profiling or is that the use of force?
Couldn't tell you myself.
I'm not sure which one it is. The use of force now bill, and I'm not sure if it's Assembly Bill 71 or what the bill number is. The use of force bill now requires agencies to report to the Department of Justice any significant use of force, such as an officer-involved shooting or serious bodily injury. Kind of the same way that we report arrests, that we report pursuits to the Highway Patrol for statistical data. The racial profiling is essentially the same thing. I know in Amador County they can bring up those statistics anyway because of the computer system that they use in the mobile data terminals of the patrol cars. And I believe Calaveras has gone to the same system. When they finish with the traffic stop, they enter by code the approximate age of the person, the race, and their gender, and the reason for the stop. So that information is, if it is set up here, and I don't know, it can be or should be readily available. And if it's not now, it should be, rather soon.
Can you explain the impacts of Proposition 47, felony reduction, has had on the community and the sheriff's office?
How much time do we have?
I think it's unlimited from what I heard this morning.
Yes. I'm very familiar with Prop 47. Prop 47, in a nutshell, reduced many felonies to misdemeanors. It took a lot of the felony drug charges and reduced them to misdemeanors. It made the theft threshold from $400 and extended it to $950. It also made theft of a firearm a misdemeanor unless the value of the firearm is more than $950. There are certain circumstances where the aggregate value of theft items can be $950 as opposed to one item. Prop 47 is what I will call another failed social experiment after AB 109. Prop 47, I know earlier this year, last year, Governor Brown cited that it has saved $30 million by reducing the jail populations throughout the state. An article I read, written by the LA District Attorney's Office, just LA alone and San Francisco alone, in the first 6 months of 2013 and 2014, the cost to the taxpayers was over $120 million, which pales against the $30 million that Brown is claiming that it was saved. What it does is, instead of somebody going to jail for possession of methamphetamine, they are getting a citation and they're being released in the field. Instead of somebody committing a felony theft, they're being cited and released in the field. It's a misdemeanor. So what happens is very few people are going to jail under a lot of these violations. And we know that there is very little jail time with misdemeanor convictions, and probation is not going to, they're not most likely going to be on formal probation, which means they're not going to be searched that often. They'll be on informal probation, which they're not going to be able to have a VOP or violation of probation unless they have been arrested or convicted of a more serious crime. In a nutshell, conceivably, what's going to happen, and what we anticipate we're going to start seeing happen, is if you run a stop sign, you put a bag of methamphetamine on your dash. That methamphetamine is a misdemeanor. You're going to get a ticket for it. You probably won't get a ticket for running the stop sign. So when you go to court, you claim Prop 36. You get to walk out of court because you're an addict, and you get 2 or 3 more chances. You don't have to pay a dime in any fines or any tickets. Prop 47 releases people back out on the street that are not being held accountable, even at a very low level, for their actions. It creates a new class of victims in our community. It's causing law enforcement to generate a lot of paper, a lot of reports, and sometimes court hearings for something that these people receive very little punishment for. So Prop 47, in my opinion, is bad law.
I got a follow-up question on that.
Yes.
Maybe in your working in Amador County, so maybe you're more familiar with the stats over there regarding this. What have you seen? How's it affecting Amador and Calaveras, something like that specifically?
We had a lady that was living in West Point, and she moved over to Pine Grove, committed a theft, a bunch of jewelry, and she went, and the next night she was staying at the hotel in downtown Jackson. My boss had me chasing down with all of the pawn shops and coin dealers, looking to try to recover or find $8 worth of stolen property to push that case over the $950 mark. We take it very seriously, but unfortunately, a lot of people are getting away with a lot of crimes that are, and some of these people are bad people. They know they're not going to be punished for this. And it doesn't matter if it's Amador or Calaveras or Tuolumne or El Dorado, it's the same thing. People are committing thefts.
I was just wondering if you, it's a tough thing to have all these numbers off the top of your head.
It is.
But I'm just wondering if you had any statistics you could remember the increase in.
Statistics I don't, other than the article I read which cited vehicle break-ins, or cars being ransacked. In 6 months and 1 year after the law was passed, the crime or the value to victims of what they were having to pay was over $120 million. In Los Angeles, it was $250 million. So it's not the savings of keeping people out of jail that is the goal.
Thanks.
My turn. Mr. Stevens, the new medical marijuana state laws, SB 266, AB 243, and SB 643, encourage local agencies to regulate medicinal marijuana in order to secure state permits. Will you, as sheriff, comply with all local laws adopted by the Board of Supervisors in regulating medical marijuana and potentially legal marijuana in the future?
as a peace officer, whether or not I'm appointed sheriff or not, I gave an oath, and I still to this day follow that oath, to enforce all laws and to follow all laws. Whether or not I like them, personally, whether or not I approve of them, doesn't matter. It should have no influence in enforcing the law. It hasn't in the past, and it's not going to in the future. It is going to be an issue, but that's the legislative part of the law, is for you to make laws, not for the sheriff. Sheriff should not have any bias in enforcing any laws. So my answer to your question is yes, absolutely, I'll follow the law set down by this board.
Thank you.
Do you support neighborhood watch groups and feel they help to bring concerned citizens together with law enforcement to make our communities safer?
Yes. I used to be the Arnold resident deputy, and I worked closely with a lot of neighborhood watch groups. I attended quite a bit of what's called COPS and POPs, community-oriented policing and problem-oriented policing programs, training. I worked with a lot of homeowners associations up in Arnold and Murphy's. They are the eyes and ears of the citizenry in reporting what's going on or who's doing what. So absolutely, I support them. I don't see how a sheriff's office can ignore them, or any law enforcement agency can ignore them and not listen to what they have to say. So absolutely, I support them.
Thank you.
Assuming while on duty, you witness a clear traffic violation which involved one of your off-duty sheriff deputies, would you issue that deputy a traffic violation citation?
No. To follow up with that, it is possible that what's called an internal affairs investigation could ensue. It's also possible that that deputy can be called in and counseled. A citation is not always the answer. Not every problem is a nail, and we're not always a hammer.
Okay, so this is question number 20. What would you communicate to your deputies regarding the Black Lives Matter movement?
I'm not sure I understand.
It's regarding Black Lives Matter movement. There's different movements out in the country, right?
Right, I'm familiar with it. Well, first of all lives matter, regardless of color or race or ethnicity. Part of the sheriff's office policy, as is with every policy, is that decisions regarding enforcement action are not made or going to be based on race, color, religion, ethnicity, and so on. So I don't think that it's an issue in this county. It may be in the future, but this is where body-worn cameras, audio recorders, things like that will come into play and be a benefit, not only to the county or to the department, but to the county as well.
And there's a bonus question. I'd like to give you an opportunity to offer up whether there was anything else that you wanted to share that wasn't asked by us.
Well, just to reiterate that I believe the sheriff should be a member of the community. The sheriff should be engaged in this community and needs to be involved. We all know that when, I think I mentioned, when campaign season rolls around, people are out joining organizations or showing up at events just to get their names out there. My wife and I, I don't. We join and we belong to these organizations because we want to contribute back to our community. I don't think it's a bad thing that, you know, some people don't belong to them, but I look at who I've seen as sheriff before in the past, and sheriffs I've seen in the past in other counties, and they are constantly going to meetings with homeowners associations, business associations, because those are his constituents. Every citizen in the county, every visitor in the county is one of his constituents. So he needs to be informed, he needs to know what's going on. The other thing is, and I say that not only as an applicant for this, but as a citizen in this county. The other thing I wanted to add is I have a unique perspective that not only did I work here for this county as a deputy sheriff, and I worked in Amador County, and like I said, I've worked for 5 different sheriffs, is I've also worked the other side of when they finish with an investigation, it goes to the DA's office. And so as a DA investigator, I get those complaints, I get those reports, and I get those investigations, and I see where they're lacking, and I know what is required of that case for a prosecutor to walk into court with that case with the confidence that they're going to win that case, or they're going to prepare that case and present it to the case is prepared and present it to the court, knowing that there's no stones that have been left not looked under, not overturned. They know that the case has been vetted to its fullest extent as possible. That's important, because sometimes I see investigations come from other agencies, whether it be sheriff's office or one of the 3 police departments in our county, highway patrol, fish and game, or even state agencies. And I look at them and sometimes they're lacking. That's where part of what my job is, to fill in those holes, fill in those gaps, and to make the case what we call prepared for trial. And so that's something I've excelled at where I currently work, is getting those cases ready, because I can see where they're lacking and I can bring those forward where they're ready for court. So that's, I think, an important factor. I don't think anyone else on the applicants have ever done anything like that. I've worked cases from beginning to end, and I've worked cases where I've had to step in halfway through, a homicide investigation and have to take it over, and later on testify as an expert in those cases, about what I did. Not afraid to using outside experts or outside resources. The goal is to get the evidence and bring it before the court, not just to write a report and hand it off to somebody else. I don't think that's being fair to the public. I think every crime victim deserves to be heard. So with that, like I said, I've been a peace officer for more than 26 years, and to this day, I still take my oath seriously, and I haven't forgotten who I work for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. David.
Thank you.
Just under an hour.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you folks doing today?
Good.
Good.
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Good to be sitting here.
All right. So we have 20 questions for you.
Okay.
They are from the community and also some from the board. And so, but before we get to those questions, we'd like to give you an opportunity to say something about yourself and address the board and the audience.
Okay. Is there going to be time after? Are you going to give me another opportunity afterwards, or this is my opportunity to talk now?
No, we'll get time.
Okay. I just didn't know if I wanted to add some later on or not. I've been in this county since 1978. I've been here a long time. I started a small business up here when I first moved up here. I've worked in this county for a long time. I spent most of my adult life up here. I did work in the hazardous waste industry for about 10 years and ran some multi-million-dollar jobs, having to stay within budgets and whatnot. I've spent my entire law enforcement career in this department. This is the only place I've ever wanted to work. It's the only place I have worked. Our county is it's a small community compared to down in the valley. It's a tight-knit community, and it's very important to me that this community stays together. I believe that I have the ability to do that. I've spent most of my adult life in this community trying to make things work. Since I've been with the Sheriff's Department, I've worked with fire departments. I used to be on the fire department up at Ebbets Pass in 1979. I have worked with code compliance. There isn't an entity within this county that I have not worked with and got along with. We just had negotiations, and as you all know, I'm the DSA president. We had some issues with HR that I helped resolve. The community it's vital. It's vital that we all get along, and the cohesiveness needs to come back into this community. The Butte fire was atrocious. It really showed how the county can come together, though. The devastation was atrocious, but it has brought this community back together, and we need to keep going in that direction. And I believe that I know I have the ability to do that. I have the trust of the people in the community. I have the trust of the government entities that work within this community to move forward. And that's what we need to do. We need to continue to move forward at a steady pace.
Okay, so the first question we have is, can you please tell the interview panel about all of your management and executive level experience and how this experience has prepared you to serve in the role of one of California's 58 sheriffs?
Life has prepared me for this position. The trials and tribulations that you go through in life, the way you learn to deal with people, the schoolings that I've taken have been within this department. I just finished up a supervisory school, 80-hour course. Friday, I finished that up. I don't have a list of all the schooling. I'm sure you folks have the list of the schooling that I've taken. Again, everything has been within this department. When I was in the hazardous waste field, I did take some managerial classes because I was managing up to 130 people at a time in the construction field that I was in. I've had sexual assault investigations. I've been to crime scene investigation school. I've been to geez, the list goes on. I mean, I've been to SWAT school. Again, I don't have the list in front of me. I mean, I can rattle them off if you like. But I got to go back to moving forward with my life has prepared me for this position, because this position is about working with the people of this community. And the way that I deal with people and the processes that I use to deal with people are very even-keeled, so that everybody has a fair shake. I treat everybody like they're my brother or my sister. Nobody gets different treatment. It's all even across the board at all times. So my life experience has brought me to this position. The 14 years in the department that I have spent, I've risen to the position of sergeant. There are 4 very successful sergeant or sheriffs right now that went from the position of sergeant to sheriff. So the transition is there. It's being able to deal with the people. I'm not 35 years old anymore. I'm well into my 50s. So my life experience, again, has brought me to this position, to prepare me for this position.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Sergeant. Thank you for coming. What awards or other recognition have you received for your law enforcement work?
In 2006, I was awarded the School Resource Officer of the Year by the state of California for the work that I did while I was in the schools. I had only been in schools for, I think, 2 years at that point. I did a total of 3.5 years. The Sheriff's Association voted me Employee of the Year that year also. I believe those are the only 2 awards I have received since I have been on the Sheriff's Department that I can recollect anyhow.
Okay.
What have you done to familiarize yourself with the need of Calaveras County and the Sheriff's Office ability to fulfill those needs?
Repeat that for me, please.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you, the longer this day goes, that familiarize word kind of stumbles in my mouth. So forgive me, it's not you.
That's okay.
And my glasses would help too. What have you done to familiarize yourself with the need of Calaveras County and the Sheriff's Office ability to fulfill those needs?
I have been working with our upper staff. As you know, I'm in the department now. So I've been working with Captain Macedo, Chris Hewitt, Lieutenant Hovey. I work with everybody within the department, knowing that the marijuana is a big issue in this county right now. So I've been working with them. I've familiarized myself with the inner workings of the jail. Being a deputy in our department, you don't start out working in the jail like you would if you were in San Joaquin County or Stanislaus County. You start out as a deputy or a patrol officer. But I have been working very closely with Captain Ballard and Lieutenant Sturm on what goes on in the jail to familiarize myself with that. It's been an ongoing process. It's not a secret that my intent was to run for sheriff in 2018, and this is something I had been working with Sheriff Kuntz on. His untimely passing has expedited that. But I was already in the process of learning what goes on within the Sheriff's Department. Being on the DSA board for the past 11 out of the 14 years that I've been here, and being a DSA president for as long as I have been, has given me the opportunity to see the inner workings of the department with the budgets. When we had layoffs, insisting in getting a 12-hour schedule put together so we didn't have to lay people off and then we could utilize the people that we had. So I've been working diligently within the department to familiarize myself with it for my whole career.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
As sheriff, you will be responsible for maintaining partnerships with non-law enforcement agencies or departments throughout the county and state. Please describe what experience you have building relationships with other agencies and what specific tasks or projects you are directly responsible for within the scope of these duties?
Well, that goes back to 1979 when I started working on the Evans Pass Fire Department. I started building relationships with them and the people within the community. There is not a fire department in this county that I have not worked with or cannot work with or have not worked with. Again, all of the county departments, code compliance, CPS, APS, Child Protective Services, Adult Protective Services, CDF, the CHP, the list goes on. There is not a department in this county government that I have not worked with. I've taken on numerous projects, and I call them projects, to assist Adult Protective Services dealing with adults that are being abused as part of my job, but I always have gone above and beyond to make sure things got done. You can talk to any department heads in almost any department, and they call me on the weekends, like you folks get calls also. And I've taken care of a problem when I'm on days off. I was in Reno a couple of weeks ago for volleyball tournaments for my daughter, and I received a phone call from APS, and I took care of the problem for her. I work with the entities within the county, all of them. The rapport that I've built with them is through my time of being in the county and just in general working with them. My time within the Sheriff's Department has built that rapport even more, just because they know that if they need something, they can call me. There was a Board of Supervisors that is no longer on the chair or on the board that called me one day because he had an issue. I helped took care of that problem for him. That's just who I am. I'm here to help the people.
Okay. Do you feel that a working, healthy relationship exists with public agencies and departments within the county, and what would you do to improve the relationship?
Those relationships have been strained for a while. I know that, like I mentioned earlier, during our negotiations, I was able to work with our HR department, administration, our auditor, to help resolve a lot of problems. The problems that were there prior to me getting involved, I don't know where they started from. I have some ideas, but they're almost irrelevant. But the fact was I was able to work with these folks to curtail the problems, to bring the Sheriff's Department back into helping. This county has a lack of cohesiveness, for better word of terms. We're not working together. Again, we're a small community. This community needs to work together, and the departments within the county government are not working together. We need to work together. I think that my abilities to get along with everybody as a sheriff would help rebuild a lot of the problems that we've had in the past. They have gotten better. I know Captain Macedo's worked diligently to make things better too. But I believe I have that ability to work with departments that we're having issues with to bring back that cohesiveness within the county.
Okay. Given the current staffing levels, how would you change or not change the existing beat structure in the county to ensure safe and proper law enforcement performance for public protection and response time?
The way our county is laid out right now as far as the beat go, we have 4 different beats, so the county's split up into 4 corners. The biggest issue that we have right now is that what we call D beat covers San Andreas, McCalmy Hill, West Point, Glencoe, Railroad Flat, and Mountain Ranch. And as you all know, anybody within the county knows that if you're in Railroad Flat or Mountain Ranch, to get over to McCalmy Hill takes quite a bit of time. And if there's an emergency, even running code 3, you're looking at a 20-minute run. We need to restructure to where San Andreas, McCollum Hill, over to Glencoe are kind of one area in itself, because the person that works that area can get down into Valley Springs quicker. They can get down over into Angels Camp. Years ago, when we had plenty of staff, we used that as a zebra beat or a Paul beat. We need to bring that back. The staffing levels, as you know, we've just hired, we have 2 people on the training program right now. We have, rephrase that, we have 1 person that just got off of the training program. We have 4 people in the training program right now, and we have 3 people in the academy. So as those people start to come out, our staffing levels are going to come up. Thank you, board, for that, for getting us those people, to be able to bring that potential other beat back into reality, which is going to make it safer for the public. It's going to make our response times quicker.
Thank you.
Just a little follow-up there. Are you saying you would add a beat, or I'm not clear?
I would add a beat. I would restructure the beats and add a beat to have that 5th person. Again, it's going to fall back to staffing levels, provided we have that 5th person available. Because I know we're still working on putting an SRO in the position, and we have some grant positions that need to be filled. But that is the ultimate goal, to have that 5th beat, because it's going to cut down some response times.
Thank you.
Yes.
Sergeant, please describe your familiarity with the county budget process, and specifically what you know about the Sheriff's Office budget.
The Sheriff's Office, we have 8 different departments within the Sheriff's Department, and about 25 subsections of that. We have numerous grants that are outside grants that we have to maintain personnel for. Well, we could talk for an hour about the budget, I mean, or the lack of the budget. I get, what is it that you're wanting to know about it?
What has been your dealings, what are you familiar with on our budget problems that you've seen for the Sheriff's Office, and where do we need to budget? Where we're late, we're actually light, or maybe heavy?
Well, the personnel is the number 1 priority. Our vehicles are another top priority. We have vehicles, the vehicle that I drive, that I drove today, has 185,000 miles on it. So vehicles are a priority. Trying to think how to say this. There are certain constraints on our budgets because of the lack of money that the county has, and I'm very aware of that. Again, being here for as long as I have, I've seen this county not grow like the counties around us have. So it makes difficulties for all of the county budgets. But specifically, the sheriff's budget has been cut since the 2008 crash so much that we've expended all of our line items, so we're to a point now to where it's the basics. It's personnel, vehicle maintenance, and the incomes that we have coming in are the grants that we have. But that's not paying, it's not making the county any money. So the budget constraints are just that, they're tight. There's not a whole lot of wiggle room, to say the least.
The next question is very similar, actually. Given the budget constraints, how would you stretch your taxpayer dollars and still deter crime?
Well, I believe one way that we can save some taxpayers' money is the way we're buying vehicles. I know that CHP and other departments get rid of some of their vehicles that have less than 90,000 miles on them. So instead of buying all new cars, we could subsidize some of these cars that we have now with technically used vehicles, but still very capable of doing the job. Again, we're driving cars that have such high mileages on them. It's a safety concern for my deputies. It's a safety concern for the citizens that are on the roads, that we're driving by them, running code 3 to help other citizens. So that's one aspect. The recruiting process for our deputies is I have some ideas on how to continue the recruiting process and hopefully the retainment of deputies, which in the long run is going to save the taxpayers money, because every time we hire somebody and we spend thousands of dollars on these folks for their trainings and everything that we do with them, and then they turn around and leave. So we're losing money there, and it's costing the taxpayers money. We have multiple people within our department that are highly trained and are instructors. There's no reason why we can't utilize those instructors to have other entities come to our beautiful facility that we now have and conduct trainings at our facility instead of us having to go somewhere and pay. Again, that's going to save the taxpayers money. We can bring some monies in by doing the trainings within the department. So that's just a start. I have a whole list.
Thank you.
Okay. As the sheriff of Calaveras County, what are your top 3 priorities and why?
My top priority is the safety of the citizens, and that means getting personnel employed, not only on the streets but in the jail, because it's just imperative, it's important that we have people in the jail to maintain the custody as it is to have deputies out on the street bringing bad guys, so to speak, into custody. That'd be the number 1 priority. The backside to that is doing the retainment and the recruiting. And the way we can do recruiting is we have a ton of great deputies in our department right now. And who better to go and recruit than one of our deputies? You see somebody out on the street that you're just talking to in general. You go to a McDonald's or a Burger King and you see somebody there and say, hey, have you ever thought about a position in law enforcement? Recruit them. They're local people. It brings local people to our department, which hopefully will keep our retention numbers up so we don't have that rotation. Number 2, and know that I have these in my mind, but drawing a blank.
Oh, you got 2 already, so you
Yeah. Well, they kind of go hand in hand because the safety of our citizens is the most important thing, and getting our POPs and COPS programs up and going stronger than they are, not that they're not up and going, but they are. We have our resident deputy program. We just put in another resident deputy, or a resident deputy in DB up in the West Point area. We haven't had that in the past in your district, Mr. Wright. So employing people to start their neighborhood watch programs is something that needs to really be focused upon, because the public, they're our eyes and ears. We don't have enough of us to be everywhere. So getting those programs stronger, again, to assist the citizens is another priority.
Thank you.
Explain your program to retain and hire deputies should additional resources and funding become available.
Well, we're back to that I kind of already answered about the recruitment of using our deputies. HR has done a fantastic job to get our numbers up to where they have at this point. but our deputies are the next line of defense for that. They're the ones that can go out and talk to these folks and employ them to come to work for us. The morale in our department has come up considerably compared to where it was a few years ago. And I believe that if we have more people on staff, that's going to make the morale of the guys that are there now, guys and gals that are there now, it's going to raise their morales. Well, once you have a higher morale, happy campers bring a happy day. If they're willing to go out and talk to people to recruit them, because they know that if they can talk up Calaveras County Sheriff's Office, make people understand that this is a fantastic place to work, it's a great community to raise your kids and your family, then that's going to make their jobs easier, because you're going to have people that are going to want to stay here. So it's a big vicious cycle. As far as the funding goes, the funding's phenomenal. If we got more funding for our deputies, because I know, again, as the DSA president, that funding is part of the issue with any department, not just ours, but any place you go to work. People want to make more money. If people can make a little bit more money, it's going to be easier to retain people also. So they all go hand in hand.
Okay. What do you feel is the sheriff's role within the community and its organizations?
The sheriff within the organization is a role model. You have to lead by example to be a good sheriff. I would never ask a deputy to do something, and as a sergeant now, I don't ever ask somebody to do something that I wouldn't do. And the sheriff has to be in that same position. He has to know that he has to be able to build that trust of his people to know, so that they know that I'm going to do what I'm asking them to do, and that if they need something done, I'm going to be right there alongside of them doing it. And my guys in this department know that I am that person that does that now. The community is the same way. The sheriff is a public figure. I am the sheriff for the people. They have to trust me. They have to know that I have their backs. And that's my job. That's the bottom line. They need to understand that if they have a problem, I'm going to fix that problem for them, because that's what we get paid to do.
Thank you.
Sergeant, will you follow state law in connection with granting or denying concealed carry permits?
Yes, at this point, if somebody wants a concealed weapons permit, and I thought about this the other day, I had my concealed weapons permit in this county when I was 19 years old. If they take the gun safety course and they pass that, and they pass the background, and there's no legal reason why they can't carry a gun, concealed weapons permit, the Constitution says that they can do that. So they should be able to do that, provided they pass those requirements.
Are you in favor of deputies wearing body cameras?
Again, I fall back on the DSA side as a representative of my guys. I think that body cameras are a good idea. It protects the community. It protects the deputy. There are some policies that are out there that allow the deputy to review the body camera prior to writing their report. And there is some opposition to that, because they say that to me, it's telling me that the deputy's not going to lie if he reviews what's on there. And the people are saying, well, if they write a report, that's a true action of what happened. But it's not. I've been in a shooting, and things change when things happen that fast. I think body cameras are a good investment for the county. They're expensive. The programs to run them are expensive. But overall, I would be in favor of body cameras because it's not only going to protect the citizens, which is our priority, but it's also going to protect the officers.
Thank you.
All right. Can you tell us about Senate Bill 178, the new Electronic Communication Privacy Act, and what its impact will be on the sheriff's office?
I do not know about that bill. I have not heard it.
Can you explain the new law under Assembly Bill 71, criminal justice reporting?
I do.
And what the law is and what fiscal impacts it may have on the sheriff's office?
I do not know.
All right. Can you explain what impacts Proposition 47, felony reduction, has had on the community and the sheriff's office?
Prop 47 on our community has been minimal. It took a lot of the drug laws that were felonies and dropped them to misdemeanors. It took a lot of the folks that we would have sent to state prison under felonious drug laws and made them misdemeanors, obviously, so that they would just stay into our jails. And if you add one person to our jail, you've had an impact to our jail, cost-wise. So there has been some impact. It hasn't been as big as it has in a lot of areas. It was a very well orchestrated bill that was put into effect because I don't think people understood what it was going to do. The Safe Schools and Neighborhoods Act, Prop 47, I think it was a little misleading. It has caused, like I said, minor issues within the county. But again, I don't think we had as many people in the state prison system that were brought back to our department. And if I'm not mistaken, I think it's about maybe 5 or 6 that were actually brought back to our jail because of Prop 47. So again, our impacts have been minimal.
Okay, thank you.
Sergeant, the new medical marijuana state law, SB 266, AB 243, and SB 643, encourage local agencies to regulate medicinal marijuana, in order to secure state permits. Will you, as sheriff, comply with all local laws adopted by the Board of Supervisors in regulating medicinal marijuana and potentially legal marijuana in the future?
Absolutely. My job as a sheriff is to support the laws that the local entities come up with as well as the state laws. So, yes. Did you want more than that? Okay.
That's your answer.
Okay.
Question.
Do you support neighborhood watch groups and feel they help to bring concerned citizens together with law enforcement to make our communities safer?
Absolutely. As I had mentioned earlier, that I'm a big proponent of neighborhood watch programs. I've assisted in setting up quite a few neighborhood watch programs within the county, and they are very vital to this community because we are such a large community, square miles wise. There's a lot of area to cover, and we don't have the amount of personnel to cover it. So the community's involvement is absolutely imperative that we have their assistance. Yes. Very supportive.
Follow up on that. How would you, one of the problems we've had is funding for a position to, take on that role in the sheriff's office. How would you, tackle creating more neighborhood watch programs and having them work more effectively given the budget restraints? Just as a follow-up to the neighborhood watch program.
Well, our resident deputies work on that right now, and each one of our sergeants that we currently have is assigned to a beat. Excuse me. And within that beat, it's their job to make sure that the community watch programs are up and running when people are requesting them. I personally have gone out to numerous neighborhood watch programs. The area that I cover is the Valley Springs area, but I have taken the lead and gone down to Copperopolis and done some neighborhood watch programs there. I've done 3 or 4 of them in the Valley Springs area. So in answer to your question, the sergeants that are in charge of that beat, along with the resident deputies and or the deputies within those beats, will, and they are now, assisting with getting those neighborhood watch programs up and running.
But, and I hear that, but how do you be more, if you're talking about how you're really supportive of neighborhood watch programs, it sounds like you very much are, how do you be more proactive in creating more? So, you know, a lot of people aren't even, you know, well, yeah, we tried to do a neighborhood watch 10 years ago, and it just kind of fell apart, you know, but there's a need for it out there. How can you be more proactive?
As a sheriff, I'd be willing to go out and do town hall meetings in each different area to explain to them myself personally the benefits of the neighborhood watch program and the ways to set them up. There's a lot of opportunities out there for the public to know, and I think a lot of people are maybe not very well informed on how the neighborhood watch programs actually work. You know, you get up into your district and, you know, the homes are sometimes a quarter of a mile apart, so they may not even know that their neighbors have somebody coming in. But that's that connection within the neighbors. Heck, when I grew up as a kid, we lived like down in La Cantena, where your neighbors are very close, and you pretty much know your neighbors. We don't have that as much anymore. We need to get our neighbors to start knowing each other, to care about each other as a whole. And that's going to bring, I think, the possibilities and the opportunities for the neighborhood watch programs to start flourishing, because people want to know. And I think as a sheriff, doing these town hall meetings and saying, hey, we're going to have a town hall meeting and try and inform the public what the program consists of, it'll give them a better idea, and it might entice them to get more involved.
Thanks. And I'll go to the next one now, number 19. Assuming while on duty, you witnessed a clear traffic violation which involved one of your off-duty sheriff deputies, would you issue that deputy a traffic citation?
Honestly, no, I would not.
Want to explain why?
Tell me the scenario. What's the traffic violation? Did he roll through a stop sign? Did he pass over a double yellow line? It depends on what he does. It's just like I do for a citizen. If I see a citizen do something wrong, I might stop them and say, hey, don't do that anymore. If I see them do it twice, they're liable to get a citation. There's a spirit of the law and the letter of the law when it comes to traffic violations. I'll be upfront and honest with you right now. Somebody passes over a double yellow line, I don't care who they are, they're getting a citation. It's dangerous, and there's a reason why we have double yellow lines. If you roll through a stop sign and do the old proverbial California stop, I'm probably not going to write a citation. So honestly, it depends on what the infraction was.
All right. And I have question number 20.
Okay.
What would you communicate to your deputies regarding the Black Lives Matter movement?
All lives matter. This has been a huge, huge outroar from the communities. Our community in Calaveras County, I don't see that division. I really don't. Everybody matters. And like I said at the very beginning, everybody should be treated like your brother and your sister. If you treat everybody like your brother or your sister, then everything is even across the board. There's nobody any better than anybody else. Just because somebody's more educated than me or less educated than me does not mean that they're a bad or a better person than I. The bottom line is everybody needs to be treated even. So all lives matter.
And there's a bonus question.
Oh, the bonus round. See, I won't have to give you a citation now when you roll a stop sign.
Thank you. Make sure that if you're around, I'm on the stop.
There you go.
Is there? This is the opportunity, really. Is there anything else that the board didn't ask you that you would like to share?
Absolutely. You know me, Cliff. I like to talk. I'm a lot like you in that way.
Yeah. I've been told that.
Yeah. Again, we're in a very small community, realistically. There's not a lot of people in this county. This county needs to be brought back together. I know that I'm the person that can do that with the Sheriff's Department portion of it. When this position unfortunately came available the way it was, like I had already said, I had planned on running for the sheriff's position. My whole life has been preparing me for this point in time. I didn't just wake up and say, oh, geez, Sheriff Coons died, I want to be the sheriff. I wanted to be the sheriff long before that. The sheriff's position is just that. It's a position. It's a position for the people. It is not a job. And I don't talk ill will about anybody, but if there was an election, I know that my hat would have been in the ring for this election. There's one other person that might have put in for that hat in the ring, but the community did not want that person in already once. There are other people that are here because it's an opportunity. This is not an opportunity. This is a commitment to the community and to this department. Our department, as you well know, has gone through some tragic times. We've had a lot of people quit. We've had a lot of people that are unhappy. We had a Butte fire. We had our sheriff that passed away. It has caused a lot of turmoil within our department and within this community. And I'm the person that can bring this back cohesively, and not just in the department and in the community, but with all the departments within the county.
Okay. This is time for deliberation. Can I have public comment, please?
Good afternoon.
Hi.
All of you guys know exactly where I work, but none of you guys know who I am or what I'm about. I'm a simple guy, I'm a humble guy, and I walk the talk. This is my 26 years serving citizens of Calaveras County, and I'm a lifelong resident. I know my department, I know it well. I have nothing against any of the candidates who are seeking the appointment today. I was certainly impressed by some of them. I would be honored to continue to serve the citizens of the county under their leadership. I have not changed my opinion and still believe the community would be best served by appointing the only candidate that is still currently working in the office and serving our community. I hope you will understand that by removing myself from the process will show you that my loyalties lie to my office and to my community, and that I have no selfish motivations. That's all I've got to say. Unless you got a question. Oh, you can ask questions.
Okay. Any other public comments?
Candace Kesey. The second meeting after Sheriff Coons passed away that you guys had, we had our line of command all in their Class A uniforms here. It was Captain Macedo, Captain Ballard, Lieutenant Huberty, Lieutenant Hewitt, another younger lieutenant, and Megan led the line of command. Mike, you asked her if somebody didn't qualify, I'm paraphrasing her, if somebody didn't qualify or they didn't want to apply or they didn't want the position, would it then go down to sergeants? And I believe Megan said yes. So the rules are to follow the line of command. We like rules. Rules let us know what we can and cannot do. Rules keep us safe. I'm here today just as a huge law enforcement advocate, supporter, to urge you to please fill this position from within the department. I want to urge you to please consider what this is saying. I realize you guys have a very difficult position. It's very hard. But from where I sit, it's kind of saying that nobody in our department is good enough, and that's why you guys did this process. That's my opinion. So I could sit here, I've sat here all day. There's a couple, I respect all these gentlemen that applied. A couple of them are way off base about a few things. One of them lost by over 6,000 votes in 2014, and that was with only a 48% voter turnout. 6,000 votes. It's a lot of people. So I'm here today in support of Sergeant Rick DiBasilio for the position of sheriff, and I hope you guys will just really consider promoting from within. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Hanson. I'm a resident of Calaveras County, 12 years in the county. My family's been here over 100 years. In front of you, you were given earlier today a letter from Mary Wald in support of Pat Garahan. I'm a signatory to that letter. And if you'd had an opportunity to read that letter, it summarized Pat's qualifications, which are extensive. We need in this county the strongest possible candidate that we can get to fill this position of sheriff. We have many, many challenging issues, such as personnel, financial, and it's going to take a real leader to get this kind of a program accomplished. Pat Garahan has those qualifications. That letter was signed by, I don't quite know how many citizens. Since last Thursday night, it's close to 100 citizens that signed that letter. So Pat has broad support in this county. He also had broad support in the last election. I take exception to those numbers. I take exception to a number of things, but I won't go into that at this point. I just urge you to vote for the strongest leader we have, who gave you some very, very good suggestions today about ideas on how to solve some of these issues that we've been hearing about all morning long. And I think Pat Garahan is the man to be our next sheriff in Calaveras County. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Don't be shy. Okay. Hearing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Any discussion? Who wants to go first?
I'll go first. So I just want to say it's really quite a humbling experience to be up here. Something I definitely was not counting on doing, any point during the, when I first ran for office, or the first couple of years of my term, was helping to decide the next sheriff of our county. So, I'm honored to be up here. And listening to all the candidates today, the experience they have is really quite amazing, and a lot of really great ideas. And I think we'd be in good shape with any of them, really. And I just think that when this first happened, I wanted to appoint one of the captains, almost immediately to make sure things ran smoothly until we could have another election. Like the rest of us up here, I believe, I wish that it wasn't us making this decision, but it was legal to have the people decide it in an open vote. But we're put in that position, and so I do agree that going with the chain of command, and so I would be supporting Rick for our next sheriff.
Okay. When do you guys want to go?
Ladies first. A member of the law enforcement can go.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to be perfectly upfront about this. I know all 5 individuals. I've worked with all 5 individuals on both sides of this fence, so be it called a fence. I've worked the street with these gentlemen, and I've sat up here as a supervisor, and I've sat down and drank a beer and cried with them. This is probably one of the most toughest decisions I've made in my life. But as every single member that was interviewed here today indicated, this is not my decision or their decision. It's a decision for the county. And inside that county is the sheriff's department. I feel that I have an edge on some of the other supervisors because I know the intimate problems that we have in our sheriff's department. I feel the loss of our sheriff. I feel the loss of our deputies that have decided to go other places. And I share the concern and the danger that our deputies have every time they put on that badge and gun and go out in our community to make sure that we all go home. There's some very good qualities that we listen to up here. I made it a point not to make up my mind until I had the opportunity to listen to what these gentlemen had to say. And to be quite frank, I was surprised at what I heard. It was not what I expected. But having all those issues in mind, and knowing the condition of our department, and the condition of our county, and what we are faced with, I have to go the way the department is going to best function. And that's to keep the people that are involved in this department in place. I agree with Supervisor Wright. We did not want to make this appointment. We wanted an election. We wanted the people to say who their next sheriff would be. Well, they're going to have that opportunity. Unfortunately, it's not going to be until 2018. But until then, I have to make sure that we make that best decision for the department. And I'm going to have to support Rick DiBasilio because he knows this department. He knows this county. And I know in my heart of hearts what kind of man Rick DiBasilio is. And that doesn't take anything away from the other candidates. Like I said, I've worked with them, I've sat with them, I cried and drank. But for the betterment of the county, I have to support Rick DiBasilio.
Go
Debbie. I shot my mouth off first so many times lately. I'd like to be clean up.
Well, like my counterparts, this is very difficult, and I was hoping that we could have the election of the people, or from the people, but we found out through state law and election code, et cetera, that we could not. I made it a personal point not to really get to know who the candidates were. Candidates did not seek me out once the board decided which direction we were going to take on this subject matter. Got a lot of letters of recommendation, made sure that HR received each and every one of them. It wasn't until today that I knew all 5 candidates of who was before us. I took a look from each candidate from a different perspective. I was looking for those candidates that I felt were well-rounded, had experience in all levels of law enforcement, who had budget experience, because I think that is our number one issue, opportunity. We've known the budget for the Sheriff's Department has been difficult for many years, and with budget then is staffing and retention and equipment and so on and so forth. And also looking at candidates who were going to offer some ideas on how they might do things differently or keep them the same. Took a look at how candidates talked about how they would approach the job, and looking at lots of different things and how they might go about their business. I found that Mr. Redmond gave me that well-rounded experience and knowledge of law enforcement. A veteran from the FBI Academy. I think were very impressive parts of his resume. His years of experience serving in law enforcement and years of experience living in Calaveras County. I think that the other candidates all did very well, have lots of good experience. As I sat here listening to each one and finding each one had perhaps different experiences in different areas, it was like, gee, how could we bring all of these fine folks into our Sheriff's Department? And each of them brought a very, very professional element to the Sheriff's Department overall. But that probably won't happen. So my discussion, I have my rating 1 through 5, and my number 1 candidate is Mr. Redmond.
Something we did some time ago was we asked a panel of law enforcement to advise us. And I'm not law enforcement. I don't make any bones to say that I am. I looked to their advice, and they did give us advice. And it seems like we've shirked that, and I want to recognize the fact that 3 people did come, and they did interviews, and I really feel bad that we didn't pay more attention to that. That being said, when I ran for office, I did get to know Pat, and so I'm most accustomed to what he's saying. It has no guidance on who I might support as a sheriff, depending on who that is. But I have a feeling of loyalty, and when I've understood what he's doing, I have supported him. And I did like what he said today. I also like what the other candidate said. And I feel very strongly that we need to thank them all. This isn't like you applying for a job. This is like you just bared your soul to the world to do this. And that's tough for them to do that. And I really appreciate that. And I hope the rest of the county does also. At the end of the day, there's going to be a sheriff. And that person has my support. At the moment, I will be loyal to the person that I have known and have got to know his procedures, and that is Pat Garahan. It doesn't sound like I have the votes, so I want to know whoever does become the sheriff. They have my complete support, and I want them to be assured of that, just like Gary did after he was sworn in for a second term. He had my support, and I believe whoever is going to put that, I guess it's several stars on their shoulders, they will have my support also, and I'll do everything I can to help all of our law enforcement professionals.
Okay. So this has been quite an extraordinary experience for me as well. And I listened to everybody out there that sent me letters and emails, and I understand many of the reasons why they sent them in support of. I have always been a person that chooses based on what I view as the need. And so, and I have to do a lot of research to find out what the need is. And going through the Butte fire, I had an extraordinary experience with our sheriff's department. They, in my mind, every single one of them are heroes. They did a fantastic job of evacuations and taking care of our county. And then also we had folks from outside the county come in and help with 46 different agencies come in too. And I got to meet some of those and experience some of those folks too. I knew 3 of the candidates before today. I didn't know the other 2, really. Never met them before. Never seen the questions before today. I didn't enter any of these questions. I have 2 here that I wanted to ask, but chose not to. And I have relationships with a couple of the 3 of the officers that I know. I'm in Rotary with Pat. Rick and I have worked together on some issues, and also Gary Stevens has been constant in different events in our lives as well. My wife and I's life. And so, as I had to come in here and down to, and I'm looking at the questions and how they were answered. And not necessarily the questions exactly, but how they were answered. And how that relates to a representation for the people of Calaveras County. Each one of these folks here has got a heart this big for our county. There's no doubt about that. No doubt about that. I go to technical after that, and I actually scored each one of the answers for every candidate based on how they answered it and what the answers were. And my highest score was for Gary Stevens. So that's who I support. So where do we go now?
Well, I'm going to make a motion. Again, I want to thank all the candidates because you put your heart and soul out here, and I very much appreciate that. And whoever is becoming sheriff certainly will have my support. I'm going to make a motion to appoint Rick DiSibilio as sheriff.
I second the motion.
Okay, so we have a motion by Supervisor Ponte, second by Supervisor Kearney. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? No. 4-1. Congratulations.
Can I address you?
There you go.
Comment?
Hey, Red, would you like to make a comment?
I would. I want to thank you very much for the opportunity to take care of this department in this county. As I've expressed in my time alone with you folks, and today, and just the time that you folks have been working with this process, I want to thank you very much. It's very humbling that I'm going to have this opportunity. And I promise you this, I will make you proud.
I have no doubt.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Sheriff. All right. So, is that it? We're adjourned.
Do you want our binders?
Here's my binders.
Do you want us to?